तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा
Welcome. We are back here for the 2021 College League of Legends Fall Warm-Up. We are the Shurima division into the grand finals. I'm Mazel, joined by Kelsey Moser again for another day of League of Legends.
Absolutely, and I am Kelsey Moser. I'm not Miss Fortune. I can understand
No, not at all.
why
It's not
that would be
Halloween. What are you talking about? Why are we? This is normal attire for us. All right?
Exactly. Pretty much, more or less. So, but enough about us. I would love to talk about the matchup going into the grand final here because I think we have UCI, very expected in terms of their overall rampage through the bracket, how much they've done, the roster that they have in general with their three their free freshmen, and in general having really high ranked players in multiple roles. Meanwhile, we have ONU Esports, who I think they're definitely the underdogs going into this, but I feel like going in through the bracket over and over again, they have been the underdogs and they've consistently proven themselves as well. So we have Direland, who's definitely performing above the platinum rank that you see on his OPGG, kind of calling back on the rest of his background playing at a top level in other esports like Overwatch and being able to adapt quickly to the situations that we have, and great consistent leadership, very defined play style from Kai, which has made ONU come out in this warm-up tournament with a huge bang for me.
It was actually incredible, and the fact that we get to see some of these dueling advantages for both these teams, and especially looking at already you named it right, Kai yesterday for the side of ONU, but as well as Kadu in the mid lane was huge. Direland was performing huge. On the other side, we had our MVP Duong Pro, who was smashing the jungle. Cinnamon Bread was on a tear in that mid lane, and I'm just really excited that we get to see this head to head today.
Yeah, I think that especially looking at in general how both of these teams are looking to play through mid jungle to an extent, right, in terms of the heavy skirmish style that we're seeing coming out. But I'm really scared of Cinnamon Bread right now if I'm ONU. I think this guy has shown over and over again AP bruisers, AD bruisers, can play them all and be a huge clutch player for long games, right? So even if you get a huge lead against UCI, Cinnamon Bread comes in with engages, with really important engage plays, and that has been setting up UCI to succeed and have great follow-up from their jungle, as you pointed out, Duong Bro.
Something else that I was talking about a little bit beforehand with some of the production team is the fact that aggression was heavily influenced by the Gnar pick yesterday, right? Obviously a comfort pick, but something that stood out for me in UCI's win was Barrick from the top lane. I feel like he had an insane performance setting up those late game fights, the flank TPs, the flanks in general. And so that's something I feel like can be pretty volatile as we go into this matchup, and especially into this first game.
And it definitely looks like Barrick has the champion pool to make that work because they've consistently saved 5-pick for him and found really good flexibility with it. UCI came in favoring red side yesterday, and that Mordekaiser pick in the second game or the third game, I forget exactly which one it was, but it definitely saved the entire draft and was a winning formula for them.
And as we do go into game number 1 of this draft, it is ONU on the blue side, UCI on the red side. For game number 1, brought to you by Tibbers and Misfortune, as we get to zoom in on our face as well.
You know, NEMF, underrated bot lane at World lately.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to come out. It's going to be a finals winner.
We got to see a little bit of both separated, but now we have the finals coming up next week. It has to all come together. It's the ultimate plan. I know it's coming. Don't worry about it. As we do get to the first phase of bans here, though, it is Olaf that comes off the board for ONU.
Yeah, and one thing that we didn't quite touch on in the introduction was just what has been winning UCI a lot of games. That's been the support jungle duo and having a lot of priority from that duo, having a winning bot lane and being able to roam with support and jungle into the enemy jungle. So denying the Olaf makes a lot of sense. Olaf is one of the strong early jungles, and then of course UCI don't want any of this Yumi or this enchanter
We haven't gotten to
support
see it a single
nonsense.
time. It's been literally, I feel like it's been 100% banned this entire weekend.
They want Kim down completely 100% freed up to roam in tandem with Wong Pro to make a lot of these debates happen.
And that was one of the key features for them. And Kim Down, obviously, having been at that rank 1, sitting at rank 2, you know, having gotten down a little bit more, I still am very, very excited that this duo has been so strong and that we get to see that go into the contradicting playstyle that ONU are going to be having. Now, Graves is taken off the board, another mainstay of yesterday that was so ridiculously strong. The LeBlanc also taken off the board.
And I think they ended up banning the LeBlanc somewhat in preparation for, or actually the enemy team ended up banning the LeBlanc off of Kato. But I think Kadu was fine with that. I feel like his least strong performance from yesterday was actually on the LeBlanc, but it was enough for their opponents to take it off the board, so UCI just following suit here. Kind of concerned for the impact that Kadu might be able to have with this pick overall.
That's a little bit of a strong one for sure, especially in the meta, at least in general right now. But in the hands of the right player, it is also very scary. Now, I want to go back because yesterday another theme that we had was not changing sides a lot. And I'm wondering if we get that still going through here. Obviously, a question we'll have to answer later. But as we see the bans coming in this first one, we have to make note of it as we go further on in this series, especially in how those adapt. The Xin Zhao is the first or final ban, I guess, in the first phase by UCI.
Definitely, we call that dial into a little bit. I think that his strongest pick was definitely this Zhao going into it, but glad to see for ONU. They might have to give up this Zhao, but that Misfortune, I think, was their strongest performing pick all of yesterday's semifinals. It will give them bot lane priority in a lot of different matchups, depending on the support picks. So happy to see that from Kadu. It gives, or excuse me, from Kai, excuse me, from ONU. It gives ONU exactly what they want, which is to play around that ball. And if they don't get those bot advantages, we see them look a little bit lost in the mid game.
As you see, I have to kind of change my head to be able to look up. The Viego's locked in actually for UCI, so I do really like that. We also get the Misfortune. I'm hoping that they rock the Mafia. It would be perfect. It's written in stone.
Absolutely.
Actually, at this point, we should just tell production to tell them they have to rock the Mafia skin. We'll see if we can get on that now. The Viego and the Jin are actually the double lock-in for UCI.
All right, so we've got Viego, Jin. So the thing about Jin is when Leona is up, Jin works well into MF and lane, but then you can counter it with the Leona pick, and Jin cannot kill Leona the entire game. So I don't like just answering with the Jin right here. I think when you're picking bot lane duos in this meta, you have to be very considerate of the supports that can be picked that pair well with those. But we do get the Trundle coming out first. Obviously, that can be a flex, but I'm expecting it to be a jungle answer into the Viego, which is what we saw ONU play yesterday when the Xin Zhao was denied.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of comfort falling back on for ONU, and now with the third pick of the first phase, we're looking at something potentially a little spicy, something to get them a carry performance going. It's the Akali that gets locked in.
And the Akali was consistently denied in all 4 games of ONU series in semifinals yesterday. So we're finally going to get to see that pick on this broadcast. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Kadu can do with it. I'm assuming if UCI let it through, they have a plan though. There's a lot of mid picks that do well, especially in laning phase versus Kadu. And Cinnamon Bread, he's the guy so far that you're going to put that pressure on and let him carry away with the matchup there.
They do get the Thresh, which is huge for the Jin in particular, but also for the setup of UCI. And now going into the second phase, we have a little bit of differing goals for these teams, and I'm very interested at how much UCI put into the support basket for their bans. They are just going to straight out point direct ban aggression with that Gnar.
The other denial pick we've seen against aggression has been the Camille, so that might be the 5th ban that we see here. In terms of ONU, Vex taken off the board yet again, so my new Vex knowledge does not get to be displayed on this podcast
One of these
yet,
days, Kelsey.
unfortunately.
One of these days.
But we will see the Nard denied, and I'm expecting the Camille to also come through. If it doesn't, I'm really interested to see. There it is. Okay. Well, if I'm very interested to see if this doesn't get locked in, if UCI have an answer to arguably what ONU's opponents yesterday believed were the strongest picks, UCSD believed were the strongest picks for the solo lane combo for ONU. So I'm curious if UCI just gives those over and says, you know what? Yep, there it is.
Wow.
You know
all
what?
right.
We've got an answer. So we'll see. Fourth pick, they might pick the Camille blind, which I think with some of the Renekton nerfs is the matchup's a little bit more playable. You can make the level 1 and 2 count, and then plus you don't have to care as much about. There's a lot more, I guess, onus on the Renekton playing side to get a jungle top combo off with the lowered stun duration. So expecting is to be an almost blindable champion, especially with Mordekaiser gone, right? That sets up a Mordekaiser pick to me as well. It sounds like, okay, we're maybe looking for a dive top, or maybe looking for that, and Mordekaiser in mid-game has a better time versus Camille.
I am very interested at what this first pick out of the gate of phase 2 is going to be for UCI, because they obviously have the counter pick available with 5. This is a pick. Not something we have seen a lot of in collegiate, but this is going to be locked in. Tryndamere for UCI.
I'm anticipating this potentially being a mid lane pick into the Akali. So Akali will get more or less a free laning phase, but so will the Tryndamere. And Tryndamere can even build like the 3 reju beads, whatever. Have a good time with a lot of regen going into this matchup.
Hey, don't promote that gameplay, Kelsey. Come on.
Look to 1v1 in side lane, extend through the burst, and basically bully a lot of the people that he might get pushed up against. I think at World, some of the biggest struggles with Tryndamere was just he would go to team fights, he would pop ult, and then he would run out of ult duration and die in the middle of the team fight. But in the 1v1...
Oh my god!
Oh!
They actually locked it in!
I've been waiting for this, Mazel.
It's Halloween, baby! Why would we not get this matchup? We have the Wukong locked in as the final pick for ONU, and the Teemo is the counter pick for UCI.
And I've been talking to top laners, and they talk to me, they say, Kelsey,
don't do this,
what
Kelsey. Don't do this, Kelsey.
Into Teemo. Because this champion is just so strong right now, Mazel. It's really... No. I'd Riot buffed this champion a little too much, I will say. Definitely a lot of burst, a lot of utility in certain areas where he can take off, especially if he can get range advantage in certain matchups. I would say the best champions into Teemo are champions that don't rely a lot on auto attacks and also win lanes. So I'm talking about mages top, and that's definitely not what we have here versus the Wukong.
Not at all.
Wukong does not want to play versus the Teemo. Wukong does traditionally do fairly well against ranged matchups, but also has relatively low at base MR. So I think that in general, if you're looking to play this Teemo, you have a lot of movement speed, so it's not as easy for Wukong to commit to you. You have a lot of ability to kite, but also in general, a lot of AP damage, which is going to wear down the Wukong quite a bit more often. And he is going to need to commit into you to build up that passive armor and that passive auto attack resistance. So not the funnest matchup versus the Teemo. Really looking forward to see how UCI play this out in general, because they are for sure going to need perfect setup around neutrals to make this composition work.
I love it because I was saying, oh, Barrick, I feel like he's going to be, the volatile one up there. He's going to be able to take advantage of aggression, and he's going to have these wonderful flanks, and it's going to be crazy. And he whips out the Teemo, which he can still pull off in some fact and matter, but not the game-changing force I felt like I was going to see from Barrick. I'm just really excited that we get a Teemo. I actually don't think I've gotten that fully cast the Teemo, and the fact we get it in our first game of the grand finals of this warm-up is going to be a fun one. But I got to say, we got to probably look at some of the other matchups as well, and especially looking at that mid lane matchup, which I feel like is going to be a bit volatile in its own right.
And with as little priority as this Teemo's gotten, I almost forgot that this champion is broken. But I'm expecting to see great things coming out from this game. So a lot of pressure on Barrick here, but I am excited to see the Teemo. I feel like one of the last times I saw Teemo in pro play was was like C9 playing at mid high in 20 was it like 2016 or something like that? It's been a while for sure. So I'm very curious to see what comes out here and how UCI can make this work, because this Teemo can definitely make or break a draft in its current form.
I guess, going into a best of 5, you got a little wiggle room. Is what they're thinking. They're trying to test the mental of ONU. What can they get away with here as well? But you got to think, like, we were talking a little bit about draft bucks, alluding to it at least a bit. And if Teemo pops off here in game number 1, do you have to ban it? Like, oh my God, is there a world where we have to sink a ban into a Teemo? I'm hoping not.
And there's a lot of excitement about that Teemo in the top lane, but in bottom, ONU are more or less getting what they want, right? We've got the situation set up where they have the MF in the bot lane, as they've more or less looked for, and they have the Nautilus into the Thresh. Nautilus, again, we talked about this a lot yesterday, isn't as strong stats-wise, but in general, when you're looking for this,
I think
it more or less goes
to
for...
the Discord channel, so I can no longer hear you. I'll just pick up there.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right, now I can hear you.
I
saw you.
I got a little bit baited out. So I may have looked for something a little bit strange, but in general, I was trying to look at the draft and may have clicked on the wrong thing. But
I like it.
What we see here is like MF Nautilus going into the Jhin Thresh. I think in general, Nautilus not as strong stats wise as it was before, but Thresh basically is going to have to make that level 1 work really, really hard, and Nautilus is going to look to try to trade those aftershock procs really, really early on. So going to see how this plays out. I think that as the game goes on, if Nautilus gets ahead, it's going to be hard in general for UCI to kill this champion, but really scary for it to face Trundle and Nautilus to face check into any areas where Teemo has control. Ooh.
He's a 5-man stack coming in the top lane for ONU to start off this best of 5. So as we do hit the rip for the first time,
I don't know about you, Mazel, but I see Teemo top, and I think we kill this thing level 1.
Oh, 100%. Sure. You burn it with fire. You literally take a flamethrower up there. It's like a spider. You abandon the lot, you burn it, and you just walk away. It's fine. Same thing for like Lulus and stuff top. I'm fine with that. But it will not be a successful level 1 from ONU.
We aren't quite getting the pick off. Barrick definitely knows that there might be some targets on his back there, especially considering the level 1 strength of UCI's bot lane relatively. So going ahead and Cinnamon Bread scouting out with the Trinamere, but a little bit of a level 1 word on bot side in response to the ONU's top lane. I love how aggressive Cinnamon Bread is going, of course, versus Kado, knowing that he has a window, especially level 2, to make a lot work here. So wanting to maintain that lane control until that point.
We'll see that volatile mid matchup play out here at some point. But now we got opposite side starts for both these junglers. Duong Pro, actually looking at bot lane. Sahori is in some trouble, gets the Ignite burn on him. Now they're turning on to Kim down. They do have a little bit of damage to give back, but Sahori not having the shots available can't really trade anything.
And Koo's getting that favorable trade that we talked about with the Aftershock trade, getting Sahori low as well. So far this bot lane going in favor of ONU.
So far, so good. Wow, Cinnamon Bread actually has a pretty decent push in the mid lane. We do see actually Koo's getting off. I thought he was maybe getting off on a roam. Not going to do so this time around, but it still is a full clear coming out from both of these junglers. I feel like the first time we've seen that this weekend.
Yeah, I think both of these junglers want to get to a point where they can fight the mid game. Trundle actually does pretty well if Viego commits first, so doesn't mind taking it to that point where they're playing a full 5v5. I think in general, though, as UCI plays on, they want to be the ones setting up the map through side pressure and avoiding those 5v5s. So I think that we'll see Viego start to make some proactive movements before. Oh my goodness, look at how strong this champ is.
Yeah, like
I don't want to be in this lane anymore already.
Aggression? You're in some trouble, buddy. He hasn't even popped a single potion. He's just chilling. We'll see a little bit of damage traded back on a cinnamon bread mid lane.
This is a terrible situation for you to be in as the Wukong because you know your wave is in this position. Teemo can just completely control Rush, so he can walk out, push, auto attack you in your full stacked wave, walk back into the brush, drop the aggro, and you're just not having a fun time. So it becomes increasingly difficult for you to contest this wave. You drop all your pots, and he's having to recall already or look for those recalls to avoid getting dove.
Kuz is looking for it on the bottom side. Sahori steps up as a Jhin. You cannot do that. Now you have Direland coming down here as well. Sahori gets the Dark Passage, has the flash, gets chomped. The flash out of Direland is there. The root comes down. Aftershock not there. Now it's Direland under tower. First blood ends up in Sahori's pockets. You just got duped.
And Sahori constantly playing almost the more utility aspect for UCI. But coming up big, him and Kin down in this 2v3 trade. Oh!
They do have the 1v1, and it is outplayed by Kdu.
No one saw that.
I think they all saw it, Kelsey.
That's one of those unfortunate moments where you're just saying, yeah, like I mean, okay, great outplay by Kdu. There you go. We got it. Okay, back in.
Now we do have Kim down. Some trouble here as you already got Sahori down as well. Kim down is actually able to tank this up pretty heavily under tower. Tower plate actually goes over, and now Kim down will die. Kuz, he's got one more shot to take, and he's dead.
Oh. But even so, with as kind of complicated as that bot lane dive was, the fact that they pushed the bot wave in all the way, that Jin's going to be denied at least a full wave there, is overall a good trade for ONU.
You don't get to talk, Kelsey. You don't get to talk. Duo Pro is trying to find him, and Kai
honestly,
dies. The pillar.
Even if Kai dies here, I think it was a good trade. So
Duo Pro does not have anything to get away from this one. Sahori is there, but too far.
Yep. So even though Kai dies, winning out in the bot lane in terms of the wave push for ONU side, and on top of that, a little bit of extra gold for Direland coming through. So still a favorable trade for ONU. Not the cleanest that you'd want to see from dive initiators, but not a bad outcome for them.
Not too shabby at all. And we get the carousel of chaos that we all know and love. Oh, they might find Kim down here, though. Saving the dredge line as Kim down is the focus. Pillar. Can't get the... He's just throwing it out, just like, hey, maybe you want to come help me. Good thing Sahori does not take that. It's a little bit of trick or treat.
And looking at the state of that wave, ONU can even just look for a freeze here if they wanted to, which baits another fight out of UCI on the next rotation.
And that fight is a big one because the dragon now going down is going to go over to ONU.
Kai is going to just push that wave in though, so not necessarily the most insane play opportunity that we see, but they're going to grab that dragon, recall, and then look for another roam timer, most likely from Kuz.
At least that's what they're hoping to do.
That would be my guess as to what they're planning to do, especially considering how spicy mid lane has been so far with Akali getting that early pick. Akali now level 7, which means that Akali can look for roams and all-ins, not necessarily looking to play on the Tryndamere, who still has that ultimate up, but looking to look up top, because even though that Teemo is pretty fast and can set up a literal minefield of mushrooms, Akali gets on top of him and it's lights out.
It is. Duong Pro takes the bad end of a trade with Kdu, who is just feels so commanding on this Akali every time he goes into an engagement.
And he's feeling pretty comfortable standing on that orb. Going to be scaling consistently well into the later game. I would say that Tryndamere is going to win side versus him, but any window that he gets to assassinate members of UCI, a lot of squishy targets that he can take down that don't necessarily have that Undying Rage.
And, you know, the memes that come from the Undying Rage, but hopefully this time around, Cinnamon Bread will be able to find it, the ticket home here, as Kim Down does connect. And now it's Kuz who dies.
So generally speaking, that's one of those situations as Butch, you look at this and you try to come up with things that ONU could have done instead of contesting that Rift Herald. Because in general, it's you don't want to go into a review and say why did you do this? Why did you rotate here? Because that's not necessarily productive. Instead, you look at the bot wave and you see that Kai is stacking this wave. We could have sent support and jungle straight back bot. Instead, Kai is in a compromising position when he could have been playing for an extra plate here, and a TP is required.
Kadu just he gets the kill back though. Traded down. Is Kai getting the kills? TP was committed by aggression as they just try to get the plates.
But again, if Direland and Kuz were immediately rotating to support Kai, then neither of those TPs would have been required, right? You definitely get the trade for Kadu, and then Trundle gets to pick up the mid wave, which depending on who you ask on Twitter, always better for the jungle to get the mid CS, but
yeah,
I would say that
depends on who you ask. I like that
I would
part
say
of
that
it.
you would still have those TP resources set up to look for maybe a secondary dive on bot side and get another trade played off on Kai and be able to set up that play on the next rotation. So just a kind of a questionable read from ONU and contesting that Rift Herald from the beginning.
But we are still pretty much locked in it. Only sub 1,000 for UCI in the lead. Nothing to really write home about so far.
Yep,
We'll want to look at some of the CS differentials though across the lanes, right? And a little bit of that lane control that's starting to be developed by UCI.
And one thing that I will shout out on ONU is that even when they have these shift plays, they're allocating members of ONU to catch waves, right? So you had a Kali and you had Kato and Aggression both TP down bot, but then you had Direland to catch the mid wave, and then on Kadu's respawn, going top to catch the top wave. So not a lot of resources overall lost, just a little bit of time and tempo lost in redistributing those lane assignments.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm very worried for Barrick now against the Akali. See how that goes. But able to get some nice trading back. The wave is crashing into him, so it should be just fine. But now the question is, what can UCI accomplish across the map as they've been starting to group some members up? We do see the assignment from ONU is to try and punish Barrick up here, as Kadu might just do that on his own. Perfect execution is going to miss. Barrick outplays it, but he's got Kai right behind him. And here's going to be the sealing blow. Kai is now on a killing spree.
So I would love to call out Barrick's just 5-head mushroom placement in the edge of that brush. Kadu landed the E, went on top of, went back into the brush, landed on top of the mushroom, and then went back onto Barrick. I would say that if he didn't catch that mushroom on the back, then he wouldn't have had to burn flash. He wouldn't. That would have just been a clean kill. So I don't know if Barrick can just see the future or what, has like the third eye. But definitely really, really high value mushroom placement going into that 1v1 up top.
We did also see a lot of value in bot lane as the Rift Herald did take a few plates for the side of UCI as they now transition that push into a dragon.
Yep. And we are matching the dragon, most likely going to match a dragon pickup here. So neither team feeling too pressured for the next 5-10 minutes. No soul point going over.
Will be the Infernal Soul for us, so a lot more priority on this Dragon Soul now that we've gotten this far into the game. But I was very excited to see if Kim Down was able to do anything in mid lane. Wasn't able to bait Kadu out, as we do see things turn back to normal here on Summoner's Rift.
I would also say...
Nope, we're not normal. We're in collegiate. I don't know why I made that statement. Dark Passage comes out, but they get the drag back, and that is Kai on a rampage. Kai, a key performer yesterday for the win for ONU. The positioning was insane, and the misfortune just does not stop hitting, Kelsey.
I definitely agree. This misfortune is starting to look scary. 5 kills overall. Great important engage also out from Kuz to land that latest kill, and this is going to be first tower gold most likely going to ONU over. They might not get it quite here on this rotation, but I think it's more or less guaranteed. There you go on the next wave.
And if Sahori even tries to walk up there, the back was stopped from Direland just in case you want to catch an immobile Jhin.
All right, we're good. I was gonna say he might be a little bit greedy here, but I think he has enough mobility. He's got ultimate up, enough E backflips, etc. to get out of and a W to get out of the situation. But playing a little bit greedy for that turret blade just there. I would say in general, ONU looking very strong so far, especially if you look at that bot lane. But looking at that top lane, that's definitely a significant lead. And Barrack may not have gotten that first turret blood, but I'm expecting once 2 items come out, Mythic is completed, then it's going to be very difficult for ONU to contest neutrals.
I thought Aggression was just going to die right there. He was able to get some damage, and Duon Pro has to call him down to get him out of there. The biggest thing for me is I was looking at and trying to count up all the turret plates across the board. Honestly, there was a lot of gold gained by both of these teams in the early game from these plate contests.
Yep, absolutely. But again, when you're at this point in the game, you want to kind of think about what do both of these teams want to do, right? So ONU, compositionally, you've got the Nautilus, Trundle, Wukong looking for flanks, looking to fight you 5v5 with ultimates up, right? So UCI, how do they counter that? They get side lane pressure through the TMO, most likely, rotate to the neutrals first, set up those beautiful mushroom traps, and then wait for ONU to try to walk in and contest the vision or contest the control, and just lose too much HP to those mushrooms to be able to do the contest effectively. The way that ONU can combat that, however, is by playing through this Akali. If they have jungle rotate to the Akali side, burn the Undying Rage once, then they commit again and kill the Tryndamere, they can get first set up before the Teemo can rotate.
And it's all about the setup, especially with the composition that UCI have. But now the Rift Herald started up by Direlin and Kai. Like more objective control here by ONU.
And we have the jungle rotated to get that Rift Herald, so we're not seeing them rotated to the side of the Akali, which means that Cinnamon Bread basically just gets to do whatever he wants. UCI feeling extremely ahead on the map despite the even nature of the gold lead. So Tryndamere is going to get a flank angle behind the spot lane, which means that they can't contest the next wave too easily and are retreating into this top side of the map.
And the biggest standout is still Kai, right? Wherever Kai is, that's where ONU are strong. And you see him top lane trying to get the punish onto Barrack again. They will find it as well. Kill goes over to Aggression.
Yeah, but I don't know if this rotation is worth it, right? Cinnamon Bread and Dwong Pro both in this side of the map. Both of Kim Down and Sahori getting this next rotation.
Oh, they're going for the play here in mid lane. Kai is just so fast. Bullet time comes out, going to be canceled because he wasn't getting any damage. Kai goes unstoppable after that. Now, Kadu is trying to get Sahori. Perfect execution, make sure of that one. Kai is up against his worst nightmare, Tryndamere, and you've got to burn the flash. But Cinnamon Bread, he still gets the kill because that's what Tryndameres do. The shutdown goes over to UCI.
See, with the priority and rotation from UCI, I expected the bot lane just to shift into bot side, pressure that T2 turret, but instead they stand mid, continue to hit the mid T1 and set themselves up to get collapsed on by ONU. Really good reaction from ONU to not only get the top side pick, but to shift back into mid lane, capitalize on that mid overextension and clean up some kills.
It was all planned. As you see Kai just strutting his stuff on his way down here. Unfortunately, it does not end up. I do like the fact that we get the microcosm of Tryndamere versus any ADC in this, and that he still gets the kill because that's exactly how every ADC should feel. It is unfortunate that you give over that much gold to the Tryndamere.
And look how long he lives, right? So if you're thinking Tryndamere in the side lane, looking for these 1v1s, shifting into Tryndamere, that should be a situation that goes extremely well for UCI, right? But forcing Tryndamere to rotate into multiple people, not as great.
Yeah. It definitely is not. But now that lanes are broken, we get the 18-minute lull fest here until we get the next big fight, which could end up being around the next dragon, soul point for UCI, but that's not for 4.5 minutes. They were able to secure that first Infernal Dragon for themselves, and we get a lot of vision game, and UCI feeling confident on the map.
And, who's
in
maybe
trouble.
taking a scary direction.
Oh my god, Duon Pro almost just dies from the bullet time on the return of that.
Yeah, I mean, Kai looking extremely strong overall, but we're if I would say that Ku's not necessarily in the most ideal position. So if you get a little bit more factors in favor, then maybe Kuz is going to be the one flashing out of fog and initiating and getting the follow up from Kai to make that really impactful.
So when does this Teemo tech become unstoppable, Kelsey? When do we see it?
All I've seen him do is really be top lane. So
like a Teemo, okay. So we're good. We're getting the checklist
not exactly sure when he's gonna come online, but I'm expecting him to be extremely useful coming onto this soul contest, right?
Yeah,
obviously,
exactly.
The soul point is going to be something that both teams really want to fight for. He's going to get the wave in first, most likely against the Wukong, especially if he has support from his team. And then, we might already see some magic here.
Duong does get the red, but will he die because of it? A lot of damage from those shrooms as Barrick is laying down the hurt, but double tap will be there available for Kai. A lot of predicament laid out here for UCI as curtain call comes away. Direland does not get away as Barrick gets knocked up by aggression. The fourth shot comes away. Barrick still dies, giving the kill over to Kai, who is back on his high horse here, apparently. Aggression will die because of the nice hook from Kim down.
So we're already seeing a lot of the pain and burst damage that Barrick's able to lay down. Ooh.
Wait, Kadu, he's going for it. The madman is going for the kills on the backline. Cinnamon Bread is trying to go for his own backline play, but that's a double kill for Kadu. Now Cuz is going to go down. Is he going to get the second? He will not. That is Kai back on a killing spree, 9-2. His brother, Kadu, in the mid lane, 4-1 on the Akali. And they are a deadly duo to be frightened of here on Halloween.
Yeah, they're the last ones up here, but generally I like how the thought process behind both of these teams. They see something go wrong and they just double down and try to take as many kills as they can in an unfortunate situation. So we're already seeing a lot of the burst and the damage potential coming out from the Teemo. Maybe if he had done a couple more auto attacks here, we would have definitely felt the hurt, but already feeling that come out. So just imagine if he has a little bit of time to set up a fight terrain and how devastating this situation can be for UCI. But even as it goes, like Kim down wants blood, right? Kim down looking for more of these engagements, and I'm not quite sure if I fully agree with the flash there, but Barrick's like, you know what, let's go for it. Meanwhile, Kadu rotating out from base here knows that he can answer up with a lot of the threat from UCI.
Cinnamon Bread's just like, I'm not going to catch him. He's like, I can't do anything for you guys. I'm leaving you.
Honestly, Tryndamere will be able to 1v1 the Akali, but that's mostly because if the Akali uses a lot of cooldowns on him, he'll still have the Undying Rage, but he's not going to do anything in terms of peel for poor Sahori, so he's just like, you know what, Sahori, have fun, I'll try to avenge you on the backline of the ONU here.
He's playing ADC Simulator 2021. It's fun. Now we get the Baron startup by ONU as they've already gotten it about half health. The wraparound from Cinnamon Bread is there, but the rest of UCR are actually backing off of this. Curtain call comes away. Now can they get into the pit to steal it? Cinnamon Bread is there early, doesn't have the ulti, just dies. The curtain call is still available, still open. They're holding it because they know what's about to happen. Klid gave some good things to look at today. Who's going to get it? The Baron will go to the Akali, so ONU will pick it up. Neither Smite is the ones that gets it, and ONU are in the absolute driver's seat in this first game.
I just want to say how impressed I am by ONU. I didn't necessarily think that would go for them, but that well for them, but they kept the patience there. They know, okay, Duong Pro is going to get impatient here. He's going to be antsy. He's going to commit before he can actually smite. We're just going to kill him and we're going to take the Baron there. And that's exactly what happened in that fight. So we'll see how they use this Baron and how they're going to set that up with this advantage.
A lot of momentum gained for ONU as you see them moving into the mid lane here. But something they need to get under wraps is getting some permanent damage on the base of UCI here. We haven't seen either team really be able to crack too much of those tier 2 towers, not much damage rather, on any of them. But here, this is the moment. You've got Baron for another 2 minutes.
And in this fall warm-up, we've seen a lot of low wave clear compositions coming out from pretty much every team competing. So ONU with the Baron, huge boon for them, especially versus a team where the only low threat wave clear they have is the Jhin.
Yeah, it's really rough. Or like the Teemo can do okay, but he's not here. He's backing now. Bullet time's already out. Undying Rage had to come away. Now without cooldowns, this is a really, really rough position to be in. You've got Barrack here now, but it's too little too late. The inhib is already dead.
I don't know. I feel like the most impactful pick for ONU this entire tournament has more or less been the Misfortune. Today they came in feeling incredibly confident just first picking that. I remember yesterday they were holding their AD picks, maybe being a little bit concerned, but here we go.
They're just going to take the under tower fight. The tower's dead. Kadu is looking for the backline. Again, perfect execution back. They are wiping the floor with UCI here in game number 1. Ooh. Don't call them underdogs because they are here to take it all. And this is an insane step up from ONU. Just from their incredible performances yesterday, this was clean, this was decisive, and they go up 1-0 in this best of 5.
From underdogs to top dogs, Mazel. That's what I'm seeing on my screen so far. ONU saying, we know how we want to play. We know how we want to win. We know exactly what our top picks are. You open that Akali, you open that MF, we'll scoop those up and we'll make you regret it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the most incredible part was the fact that we labeled out the carries that we wanted to look for, and guess who showed up? It's the brotherly duo. Like Kai and Kadu are insane. These guys are performing on another level rather, and they have the support of their team. I think that this all leans back into something I love to talk about in collegiate. It's like the bonds that you find in those programs. It means so much at this level. Yes, you can be mechanically good, but you have to have those friendships. You have to have that team synergy, and it is overflowing for ONU.
And Ireland wasn't always on the correct side of the map in terms of his rotation.
Yeah,
but in the fights, making the space, doing the right thing with the trundle, setting up the pillar to make sure that people were trapped into those Misfortune bullet times, right? And making sure that there was no way to get away from Kadu's Akali assassinations. So definitely showing up and understanding his job within the context of those fights, even if the early game didn't go as smoothly for him as we had seen when he was playing things like Zinsao.
Exactly. We got to see what UCI can do to control the pace of this best of 5 thing and get themselves back into it here as we do take a break and go to game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2021 College League of Legends Fall Warm-Up. The Shurima Division Grand Finals are underway right now between University of California in Irvine and Ohio Northern University. I'm Mazel, or Tibbers, joined by Kelsey Moser, or MF, Misfortune. How you doing? How you feeling? We've got through one game. We have a whole best of 5 ahead of us. I'm excited.
I think boiling this down right here for me. Okay, we've got UCI trying to bring out the Tryndamere and the TMO and not really understanding how to play around those picks compositionally. Whereas ONU are saying, give us the MF, give us the Akali. These are champions that we're very comfortable with. We understand what these champions want to do. At every phase of the game, we can play for those win conditions. We're really, really comfortable here. This is our grand finals. We're pulling out all the stops. I just want to see UCI match them, bring out the comfort, match the comfort, because when you get to collegiate, that's what's going to win you the big games.
It is. Exactly. And something I want to dive into is the fact that ONU, maybe on paper, the underdogs, but after that first game, definitely not. I mean, they are here to take it all. We talked a lot. We talked to Kai mostly last night, but had the whole team behind him in the conversation. And it's so interesting how motivated, but how bubbly the entire team is. And I think that lends into this, and the mental advantage is real. Now for UCI, we also got to talk to yesterday. They are confident. They're here to show everybody they want to take number one. So to fall like they did in game one, a serious bounce back is needed.
And you have to wonder a little bit, right? Because UCI, they came in, they want to make a statement this tournament, right? I think for UCI, anything but winning is a failure. Whereas ONU, we saw how they were yesterday. I was like, you know what? We didn't expect to make it this far. A lot of pressure off their shoulders. They're just trying to play their game. They're trying to come out strong, and anything from here, I think for them is a little bit of gravy. Obviously, they want to win. Obviously, both teams want to win. But for them, it's just how far can we push ourselves, right? And I'm loving the limit test so far.
The Timo? Is that what we're highlighting to? Maybe we will see some differences.
Timo's
hopefully,
strong.
Hey,
maybe
in another world,
sprint,
maybe in another timeline. Yeah. UCI is going to be on the blue side this time around, though. ONU on that red. But I will say, ONU were mighty comfortable on the red side yesterday.
And sometimes when you lose and you swap back over to the blue side, it's just because you feel like there are a little bit more flex bans, right? You don't necessarily have to ban the Yuumi, right? You're fine trying to see if ONU will do that. Okay, never mind. They're just knocking it right up.
Analysis? What do we need that for? No.
What's that? Maybe they want to first pick the MF though. That's still a possibility that's on the table.
It is Halloween. I'm just gonna say they're doing Halloween bans. At least to start. They're just really scared of the Halloween Yuumi skin. I think that's it. That'll be it. Not the fact that she's like ridiculously meta right now. TF is banned away. Unfortunately, there goes my Halloween banned skin thing. But I'm gonna keep it for the Yuumi. But I do like that taken away from UCI at least.
The Akali being average here. The Akali was banned all day yesterday, and I think Kadu demonstrating why very definitively.
I think so. I think if you needed like an example of why ever to ban something, that was like a perfect example at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they went for the Tryndamere, right? They said, okay, if the Akali tries to assassinate the Tryndamere, not going to work. We've got the Undying Rage. I don't think Akali gave a shit about that Tryndamere. Am I allowed to say that word? Probably not.
I don't know.
I don't think Akali cared in general.
I mean, that's the level of non-care that they had. Like that's just, you have to explain it the right way.
Looking for those backline champions and Sahori and Kim down and not making it a good time for them. So definitely a good adaptation from UCI to take that off the table this time.
Indeed. We are keeping similar bans, though, at least at this point. The Amumu banned away as well by UCI. Don't want to give that potential double lock-in over to ONU, where they've definitely highlighted they want that MF at every turn that they can. Wonder if UCI is going to take that away from them at any point. Graves, the final ban for ONU.
And ONU keeping the same bans from the previous game. TF down, but also the Graves and the Olaf, the aggressive jungle picks. So we'll see if UCI try to deny the Misfortune on the first pick, or if they're looking for something a little bit different coming out.
That's the biggest thing is like, what does UCI's adaptation come to a head with this time around? It's the Lucian first pick.
There you go. And they might be going for the Lucian Nami combo. If you're picking the Misfortune here, right? Misfortune, we talked about this a little bit. Misfortune does well into the Lucian in the 1v1. Does extremely well when Lucian commits in using the E. MF can get the W up, can basically space a lot of the Lucian's damage, which is very skill based. So, but if you come in with the Nami, you have a lot of the sustain off of the Lucian to withstand those traits. You can get the Misfortune locked down for when the Lucian commits. You have a lot of extended range and a lot of damage that you can add with the Nami. So that's it. They opened the Sun Sao, which we didn't really talk about. So Dylan feeling extremely comfortable overall.
Yeah, he looked very, very good. Even he was literally going down like Flame Horizon level of farm and still able to find wins yesterday. Like, it's insane. And the fact that they get that here with the Nautilus.
That's normally not something you praise a player for, going down Flame Horizon farm, but he still made it count, right? He understood, I'm not winning this game with my individual lead. I'm winning this game by getting my Misfortune ahead. That's exactly what he did that game, and we're seeing the Nautilus come out. I am expecting the MF on 3 anyway. I think that Lucian Nami can still get a good advantage in this particular skirmish, and Trundle versus Zen can go, ooh, I like this though, because MF could still be banned on the 4-5, but picking that LeBlanc for Kadu is definitely a statement that we're making, because as Nami, I'm never going to feel safe walking up. I'm never going to look for those bubble angles because MF could be around the corner at every turn.
Exactly. And the fact that we have this aggression, this synergy between Dyerlin and Kadu on this 2 combo, like that's what I'm looking for ONU. That's where I feel like they feel the most comfortable, when Kadu can have advantage. But now you're giving UCI the attempt to counter that. Do you feel that ONU obviously feel that confident in Kadu's LeBlanc that they don't care what matchup it goes into. They can ban it out in phase 2, which they do just that. Vex and Silas are banned away, as Kaisa was the ban by UCI.
And we talked about how Kaisa was the most played champion for ONU, synergizes typically pretty well with the Nautilus. So that was something that they also picked into Lucian yesterday, but with probably the least success of all the games that they played. So not necessarily sure if that would be my target, because they also still have the Misfortune up, and ONU are just going to pick that right here.
They banned the Kai. Oh, Kai. Hey, honestly, you have performances like Kai is having. At some point, the Draven just naturally comes out. I don't even care if he's ever played it before. The Chadness inside of him is finally coming out into this best of 5. And we do have the Nautilus Draven combo for the bot lane of ONU. I absolutely love it. I love it.
And it is going to do extremely well into this bot matchup. I don't really like playing Draven into the Trundle in the mid game, especially Trundle Syndra, which is coming out here. It's going to make it really difficult for Draven to navigate these team fights, but he's been in scary situations before where the rest of the composition is all about killing him, and has made it happen with that Vayne game yesterday. So gonna look for some Draven Snowball and seeing how that works out for them. Oh my goodness.
It's Halloween. We're getting tricks and treats all over the place, Kelsey. Thank goodness. This is amazing. We got Darius locked in. The hype combo from ONU to put them up 2-0 in a best of 5. That's the kind of confidence I like to see coming out in this kind of series. I do have to say, though, UCI have drafted themselves a very stable composition, it feels like. And with that, Tom Kench in the top lane does provide a lot of anchor, at least, for the rest of the composition.
And Cinnamon Bread picking the Syndra, taking the tried and true skill matchup versus Kadu, saying, bring it for me. I'm going to bring those Qs. I'm going to land them every time. Don't miss your Ws, because you're going to regret it. And whoever gets Murkruds first wins this matchup. And that makes it sound way less exciting, but that's definitely how this matchup goes. Meanwhile, we have, I don't know if I'd feel like picking Darius into Syndra, Lucian Nami, but aggression wants it, right? He definitely wants the top matchup. He sees Trundle Tom Kench, and he says, give me the Darius, I'll be snowballed enough that it won't matter, right? Just versus the top jungle matchup. So I admire that confidence. I'm not quite sure how useful he's going to be as the game extends, but definitely looking like basically a confidence pick for ONU. And that's what I'm seeing across the board here. I see
Yeah.
ONU's draft, and they just want to fight them and put them down extremely early. UCI win most of their games early on through the support in the jungle, and ONU are saying, you're not getting that versus us. We have way better map rotations in the mid game, so if you're not getting a lead, how do you beat us? And I think so far in the first game, UCI don't have a good answer to that. So we'll see if this bluff from ONU pays off for them.
I will also say, the fact that Kai hovered the MF, like, you left it open. Like, they banned Kaisa and Tristana in the second fight. He's like, okay, I could have taken this, but no, this is what I want instead. So it's definitely a full confidence spread from ONU. And that's the thing about these kinds of series, and that's what I want to highlight a little bit more here, is the mental advantage is actually huge. And yes, teams are resilient, teams are passionate, teams are strong. But if you can take a game like you did game one and then come out with this kind of a composition in game two and smash them as well, it's really difficult, even more difficult for UCI to come back into it. I do like UCI's composition. I do feel like it's going to be a very hard to execute strategy for ONU. And this game is just going to be hotly contested across the board.
And I think that there's definitely a compositional advantage coming out from UCI here in general. But once again, they've given themselves a draft that kind of relies on them being in position on neutrals first, right? You face check the Syndra standing in the pixel brush, and you eat in the face and one shot, right? That threat only exists if you don't see the Syndra first, right? So I think in general, I'm going to be super critical of UCI's rotations going into this particular game because they've already demonstrated that they're not quite getting them. They didn't get the Teemo out of the lane to set up the mushrooms around the neutrals here. So if the same thing happens with the Syndra in this particular game, then this is where we start saying, just draft yourself some engage, get some front to back, make this series easier for you.
Let's see if a level 1 makes this series any easier for ONU. They flash, get Cinnamon Bread's flash. You trade that all day long.
Yep, and that's Koo's saying, if you don't make this happen in lane, I'm gonna torture you about it later after the game, maybe over pizza. So
I mean, they're just playing on a whole nother level right now. It feels like they are confident in the draft, they're confident in the gameplay. They come out level 1, literally oppressing them level 1 with the flashes being brought by Cinnamon Bread. And that makes this matchup in mid lane, where we talk about it's literally a skill matchup here that Cinnamon Bread was opting into, a lot more difficult for Cinnamon Bread to execute on.
Right, and the longer cooldowns coming out of LeBlanc, particularly the W, it feels a little bit easier to land if there's not a flash in the back pocket about Syndra.
That's the scariest part. We'll see how much they can capitalize on that, though, early on. We'll see. Same side starts for both these junglers, though. More focus towards this mid lane, towards bot lane, potentially.
And we have Darius giving that first leash. Doesn't really matter too much for this matchup in particular. So, again, Darius really focused on getting ahead, which, makes me... Oh, bot lane.
That's so much damage. Oh my goodness, that's what you picked Draven for. Now Kai getting a little bit low, but he's still got the spinning axes, and he's still putting damage, but first blood goes to Sahori, and Kuz doesn't get him. Sahori healing up here, will die to the dredge line. Now he's going in for the next follow-up, but can't do it. Unfortunately, I don't have my my bear mask on because the fuzz is killing me, and during the game it would kill me. But you get to see me without my mask on, and we have a pause. Unfortunately,
It's
that's
the
just how it
same.
goes.
Corporate wants me to find the difference between the two pictures, and Mazel is a lovable bear regardless.
I'm just
anyway,
gonna put it
I think
on where I can't see. I'm gonna listen to you. There.
I think the main, I'm guessing that there was a little bit of hesitation there in terms of the movement. So that was a little bit strange coming out from the initial engage into like the really, really choppy flash after. So I'm expecting something happened that was weird in that 2v2, but generally these players, they don't react like that. So we'll see how it goes. But I think the main thing to look.
We're right back into it.
Going back in. All right, so whatever happened, whatever the pause reason was, we're not going to hear it today. So, okay. So it was a Sahori DC, which makes sense to me because I was talking about the Lucian Flash being extremely choppy. So here we go.
We'll see how it goes down here, though.
Oh.
So apparently Sahori disconnected in this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, that was just so strange.
Still gets the kill. Does end up trading it back, but you take that all day. Like, that's a perfect trade back from what you saw in the mid lane early on.
And absolutely, Sahori still got the kill and DC'd, right? Which is a little bit different from what was happening yesterday with Leventar Dreamer, unfortunate.
Oh, no.
But it is what it is.
It's Deucey. Direland actually gets hit by the Scout of the Week. Almost goes down. Does have Kim down and Duon Pro right behind him. Won't be able to execute on that play, though.
And we got So we have the advantage on the Lucian. Draven's still sitting on a few stacks, but did end up losing that initial 2v2. So using that priority UCI looking for this invade, it's not the greatest window. I think the fact that we're seeing...
They're TPing down. This is going to be a fight. Kuz is in some trouble, though. They are committing onto this. There goes the blue buff over to Duong. You do have Kai on the backside. Now they're TPing late. This is a 4v5 for a little while, and looks like Owen, you were able to take advantage of that now. Kadu stunning him up. Barrack is here now, and now they're turning it a little bit. Kai very low, but they can't help Kuz. Kai almost dies as well. Barrack can't find the tongue lash over the wall. Actually, looks like Barrack might be able to get away here.
And I was feeling really concerned for this UCI invade before it happened, just because there was way... Ooh,
they're TP coming through, doesn't stop, Kelsey. We should have learned our lesson yesterday, except Cinnamon Bread just literally baited him into the fight. Barrack, are you going to survive? Dredgeline is available there. They are still fighting for this. They're Scout of the Week. And after all, Barrack, maybe? No, he's not going to die. He gets out after literally like a minute and a half of circus music playing.
So definitely a little bit scary for UCI at the start of that invade. I was already thinking, okay, there's priority for the top side of UCI going into the of ONU going into this. They're gonna get first move on this TP. Really good flank coming in from aggression, and look at how well Kai is just playing this little alcove right here, being able to auto attack both of the frontline members, flashing over the wall, and then still looking for autos here, right? Taking down Cinnamon Bread. And just well-played fight overall from ONU, understanding that they have numbers advantage. They could stand their ground. They can bait UCI into this fight before Barrack can push out the top lane. And then when Cinnamon Bread finally TPs back, he does create some space for Barrack to get out. But I feel like it was a good fight for ONU to take, and they ended up coming out ahead for that. Of course, Kai still feeling a little bit salty on his 4 assists as the Draven, but
he's just stacking up for late game. It's fine.
He can get a cash in on the next time that Direland rotates to the bot side of the map.
Exactly. That's what you're looking for. So just wait for that extra influence there. Make sure they can capitalize on this Draven, especially early on and throughout the game, right? Now max lane range Dredgeline does connect. Sahori gonna activate the exhaust on a Kai, but the damage still enough. That spinning axe did so much, and Sahori just dies to Kuz now. Duon Pro is here, has the pillar, and will connect it to Kai, but the TPs are always there. Kai getting so low, will die to the bubble from Kim Down. Kim Down is gonna get flashed on by Kadu. He doesn't die, takes the tower shot, and now Duon Pro has the advantage here. The chomp comes out. Cinnamon Bread has found his way down here as well. Kadu just dies to the Trundle. And now the power unleashed is not enough on the Kuz.
And we're definitely still feeling a little bit depressed as the Draven right now, as another kill goes over to Kuz in general. And he falls again, losing half of his stacks, of course, once more. But we'll see how this fight plays out in general. Extremely good movement, I would say, from the rotation from Duong Pro, answering this fight, being on the correct side of the map. Once again, I would feel like if Kai and Kuz are committing here, because you see Kai do the initial backlick, right? He doesn't want to be here. He has a sense, as most laners with a fair amount of experience like Kai does, where the jungle should be at a given moment. And so when Wong Pro shows, I feel like he's probably not too surprised to see him, but ends up getting punished for it anyway. And then, of course, really great E from Cinnamon Bread. They almost get another kill on Kuz, if not for the pot stack.
Kai just really wants the kill. He almost grabs it going forward, but he's about to die. Nice dredge line back. He's still fighting the front line. Direland is behind, but is Duon Pro going to get the kill? One more. No, Kai dies to Sahori, and now ONU have to back away. No, he's going back for it. They land the bubble. No, it doesn't land. It was so close, and now Kadu is here. What is going on, Kelsey? This is insanity.
Yeah, I would say this is just one of those classic Draven games where it's like, you feel yourself slightly getting outscaled here, and you just gotta make something happen as we have more aggression coming in on the top side.
He gobbled up with the ultimate here. Decent amount of damage on aggression. Doesn't have the guillotine.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Darius biting off a little bit too much so he can chew, you might think that Darius is favored in this matchup, but once again, it's just one of those. Tom Kench can bait you forever and do a surprising amount of damage with that full stacked acquired taste, and the burst coming out from there. So Darius might think he wants that all in, but he really, really doesn't, especially after the Bramble Vest.
Dragon did go down to ONU during all of that. The Herald is going to be going over to the UCI as we do get the replay.
And we are going to see how this fight started, since we just basically loaded into it here, more or less, when Kai was already in the thick of it, but it was engaged by Kai, looking for this engage. Nice spacing attempt by Kuz, but Kai not able to get any kind of execute off on either Nami or Illusion. A little bit of healing coming out of Nami to kind of inflate those HP bars as well, but we do get a kill coming out for Kadu. So maybe Kadu's just saying, brother, you're trying, but
you're trying. I see you, brother. I see you. We're back. The Rift Herald is going to be secured by Duong Pro, though. We'll have to see where they want to utilize that. But now we get the lane swaps coming out from ONU.
We've got. So this is more or less the classic look for the ONU lane swap. Basically, I assumed that they were either looking for topside, realized that it's probably not going to happen versus the Tom Kench, and instead looked mid, rotating back bot, and still trying to make a bot dive happen, right? You have a Nautilus, you have a Draven, you have a Senzao versus a Nami. Extremely squishy carry, so even if they're full HP, if you have 4 men rotating down to the bot lane, you can at the very least deny them the full stack weight, right? So that's what they're looking to do here. And if Nami or Illusion walk up, then eventually, if they put enough resources into it, Kai will get that cash in.
They just keep throwing themselves at it. It'll happen eventually. Meanwhile, the dive is eventually happening now. We got TPs coming in. We got kills traded. Cash in by Kai. And he's still being able to do some damage. Barrick is here, though. Gobbles up Direland. He flashes and dies anyways. Double kill to Kim down as top tower's going down. And that's another big advantage for UCI.
And it does feel a little bit like we're getting that sort of desperate ONU that we saw in Game 3 yesterday, where if they can't make something happen around bot, they're going to give up a lot to try to support it. And 2 top towers going over on the opposite side of the map. This Darius, I already felt like wasn't going to be too impactful in the mid game, but starting to grasp at straws already 11 minutes in, as 2 top towers go down to Trundle and Tom Kench, and that's just going to be an unkillable frontline for ONU with an 80 carry who's not really building too competitively yet. Only got the shield bow, not snowballing the way that the Draven typically does. So I don't know. I don't know if Draven's going to have a really good game coming out of this.
It's looking rougher and rougher as the time passes. We're getting objectives, or at least item objectives, completed here, as first mythics will be going on to the carries here shortly, at least, as actually Kai from that cash and was able to get his shield bow done. Nice. Has the start of the steel-plated steel caps as
with Darius getting this wave in top lane, there's a really nice window if he basically backs off after he gets this plate and goes into fog for them to just completely control and stand on the vision that they have available, because Tom Hench will have to show here. I think Darius overstayed a bit, still showing on the top side of the map, which allows UCI to contest the wards that ONU just laid down. So not the cleanest communication coming out from the top and the bot side of the map, and putting UCI in a really good position as the second Drake spawns.
We will see Direland heading down here, but Duong Pro has made it first, and Kai has no real out here. Does have to flash away from the tidal wave, but it's still Duong Pro going ham in the back line, but Kai now gets away. Kim Down has to separate. Kadu going for the execution onto Kim Down. Does land the root, but the fight's still continuing. The bot side, Direland caught out and killed by Duong Pro, who's now on a killing spree himself.
And Kadu feeling more and more like the breath of fresh air, the last breath that ONU really needs to give themselves hope going into this mid-game, right? Because a lot of squishy members on UCI outside of the Trundle and the Tom Catch, it doesn't matter how strong that front line is if you can one-shot either the Lucian or the Syndra.
Aggression gets knocked back. Will just die outright. Barrick is now on his own killing spree, and they're moving forward. They might go for the dive under tower. Cinnamon Bread putting in some serious work here on this Syndra, even without the kills.
Yep, and as soon as Tom Catch and Trundle are rotating for this matchup, there's not a whole lot you can do. You basically just have to back click to save your life, and once LeBlanc doesn't have her combo up or her flash, looking for a recall, looking to retake the top side of the map and look for a window for her to use Fog of War, to look for an assassination or a flank angle.
A little bit of desperation from ONU here as we crest this 14-minute mark. And a lot of control from UCI, who have find themselves with a 2,000 gold lead. Very strong top side of the map. And they just continue to press it in.
Yeah, it's looking like we might... I feel like I say this a lot, but it's looking like we might have some parity here. Already a slight lead onto the Trundle in terms of just farm advantage, and then on top of having a completed mythic, completed... I guess steel capped boots and going into the next item. So just feeling very comfortable for both of these frontline carries, and not a lot of sustained damage or a lot of tank killers on the side of ONU to really deal with them, and a lot more range for the carries of UCI to do damage in general to ONU. So I just don't see how you take them in a front to back at this point in the game.
Yeah, I do also feel like those plated steel caps are so worth in this game. I know you were saying about the Merc Treads in mid lane, who gets those first. Interestingly enough, we won't see that here for Cinnamon Bread, who just wants to go ham with the magic pen. But the plated steel caps, on the other hand, are very, very important, especially when you're looking at a lot of the skirmishing that both ONU and UCI are going to be putting down, but more so for UCI's defense.
Yeah, and I think this is just a little bit... He's doing all right, the 1v1, right? The kills that Kadu has gotten have not necessarily been on him, so looking to just build damage from there. I feel like I would still consider going the Merc Treads here versus the LeBlanc, but definitely feeling himself Cinnamon Bread. I think all I've seen out of this player over the course of these past 2 days has just been sheer confidence.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit too much confidence on ONU's side as their composition not working out so far as Tier 2 tower falls. And UCI pick up the gold with the Rift Arrow.
So definitely, though, I'm not going to say that ONU are going to lose this game, but if they do, right, they're not feeling too bad about it, I would say. I think that they went into this game feeling like, all right, we know how UCI like to win. Let's just match their early game aggression and then prove that our mid game rotations are better. But let's follow this TP.
They're just running at Kai. Kai has no mana. Kai's going to go down. Cuz dies too. And Aggression, Direland probably going to die shortly after. Aggression left out by himself. Direland will actually make it. And Kadu nowhere nearby to provide any assistance.
I'm not sure that's the fight that you necessarily want to take as ONU contesting that. Definitely not a lot of opponents of UCI showing in those side lanes that makes you feel confident to contest that mid wave. But we're gonna get the replay here in a second to kind of look at exactly what went wrong here. So the only person that they really see showing on the map here is Lucian. We don't see anyone showing in side lanes for the sides of UCI. they have wards behind them, so not very good cleanup or clear coming out of ONU, which makes it very easy for them to get positional advantage to just wrap around behind them and get flanked. So even though they don't have a lot of straightforward engage, once Trundle and this Tom Kench are getting behind you, not a whole lot of space for you to run away.
It really isn't. Not a lot of options to go forward either, unfortunately, at this point, when they have found themselves in this pretty hefty deficit at this point. Still tied up in dragons with a first of the Ocean Soul Dragons coming online in about a minute. You see a lot of focus from ONU around this bottom side of the map.
And right now, considering the push of the top side, UCI don't feel too pressured to catch that wave. Right? They're feeling fairly confident to walk into the setup. Ooh.
They will find Kai a shutdown on the kill.
You don't necessarily want to walk forward with your Nami first, but you know, it's
Ooh, flash from Kuz. Does not get it. Sahori almost dies. This is chaos. This is where ONU thrive. Depth charge comes out, scatter the weak. Nicely done. And Duong Pro's just taking a 1v2 on the side. Kai flashes forward, gets the kill. Now looking to chase it onto Duong, who will get away. Back to the main fight under tower. Cinnamon Bread gets dredge lined. And now Barrack is on the top side on the flank. Still very, very tanky as this Tom Kench. They're moving towards the Dragon Pit now and trying to keep the aggression up.
And UCI's bottom lane went down very early on in that fight, as well as Cinnamon Bread getting chunked and zoned out.
They are so scary, honestly. UCI are terrifying right now. Duong Pro and Barrack are ridiculously fed, and now they've got support here as aggression eventually going to die to Duong as he picks up his 6th kill of the game. Abyssal Dive comes away. Barrack still looking to chase him. They do have the damage here onto Kuz as one more tick, and there you go. Duong gets his 7th. He is now godlike.
Who needs a mid and an 80 carry when you have Barrack and Duong Pro as far ahead as they are? That Trundle is just chasing down ONU members one by one, using a bit of the buffs from Nami to stay on top of them. And,
oh, Kadu! He does end up getting the kill. The only shining piece right now for ONU, as he might still die to Barrack. Oh, nice little move. Abyssal Dive comes away. Kadu needs to get out of this situation. Dives again, as Barrack not going to go for the full dive.
And Cinnamon Bread putting up such great performances throughout this tournament so far, just saying, you know what? I'm not going to build Merc Treads. You guys can carry me this game.
They're not even building magic resist. If you look at Duong Pro, he's got all armor, and the same is the fact for Barrack. They just feel like Kadu cannot kill them, and partly they're right. The burst is not going to be enough at this point.
Yep, absolutely. We're coming in with the second dragon out of UCI. This Trundle and Tom Kench just feeling unkillable and invincible, walking straight forward into these fights. Look at this terrified LeBlanc, right?
No.
Just gets hit by the Tom Kench Q, losing half, like Tom Kench losing half HP, hasn't even popped the gray health looking at that meta map. So, yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of answers that ONU have right now for this front line that's as strong as UCI's is.
I'm trying to continue to get the cash in. Lord Doms is on the next item for Kai, as he will complete that with the back. Kadu still pretty strong, still able to take out the back line of UCI, and then they can turn their focus on this terrifying front line.
Yeah, if we have the LDR coming out for ONU right now on Draven, which means that the best option ONU have is just to create as much space as possible for Kai to start to chip away at this Tom Kench and at this Trundle.
Don't let Duong Pro just run straight through your entire team to Kai. That's pretty much what I'm hearing at this point.
And unfortunately, he's not picking up that second item until 21 minutes into the game, so not going to necessarily feel the sheer effectiveness of it, especially against this beefy front line.
I mean, yeah, everybody except for this top lane, top side for UCI is poor. Now we'll see that gold lead taken out on ONU. They get 2 members deleted, most importantly, Direland, and looks like we got a Baron on our hands for UCI.
Cinnamon Bread flexing that mastery. I don't know if it's just one of those like cheeky moments where it's like, yep, I had my Trundle run at you and we won, or you know, one of those. That's one of those mastery reflexes that just tilts the enemy team because it's like, all right, good job. I'm glad that your Trundle's fed.
It's honestly kind of crazy how much just priority in any decision that Duon Pro has, and he can literally step up to any fight, no matter what it is, even a 1v5, and feel confident at this point. And the fact that they still haven't built any magic resist.
Of course, I don't necessarily want to mitigate Cinnamon Bread's contributions because I would say that
Absolutely,
he's
absolutely.
been really on point. Like, look at him walk up here. They managed to zone away half of the back line. The catch from Kim down, really, really clutch and impactful. But again, you don't really, with the CC that you have coming out of Cinnamon Bread.
Oh no, he popped the ghost. He wants. That's a hungry catfish. That is a hungry catfish. Can we come out with a new game? We'll see. Ireland just come here. The tidal wave is there. Very fitting for the catfish. They are on theme here for UCI, but they won't find the kill.
Yeah, you never really want to see your Darius running away from Tom Kench. That's usually not.
You want to see? Do you want to see Kai run away from Duon? Because we've seen it all game. He actually pulls away. Now Kadu, he just got half his health chunk from a chomp. Oh my god. Now Ireland gets one tongue lash, gets knocked back by the scout of the week, and will die. As that, flash out, nicely done, but Ireland still falls, and Barrick is now on a rampage. They've got Baron, they're pushing up mid lane. They've got the bot side pushing as well. It's looking like doom for ONU in this second game.
And I would say this is more of the strong UCI that we kind of expected to see. A lot of good early game trades coming out for them. I'm wondering if ONU go back to the misfortune after this, right? This has definitely been the strongest and most dominating pick for them. And UCI seem happy to kind of give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, it was open, but the confidence play came through with the Draven. Now we're seeing the last death wrestles of ONU. It will be backing off from UCI. Yeah, I don't know. Words, you know how they go. We do see them backing off with the Baron buff. Not able to end it, but do get the end hit.
Yep. And honestly, as UCI, there's not a lot of finesse that you have to apply here going forward. It's just Trundle runs at them, Barrick runs at them, and they have a little bit of follow-up coming from the Syndra and the Lucian, but there's a lot of damage coming out from the burst that the front line's able to apply, especially in mid-game.
Barrick is just chasing Kadu.
Really heavy tank items stacked on.
They've got a 1v. Yeah, they've actually got the catch out here as well. Duon Pro is in the thick of things here. Barrick is coming down. He's still alive. He finally dies. Shutdown goes to Kuz, though. And now Kadu comes in and gets the rampage onto Kim down. We got the 1v1 turning into a little bit more of that as Sahori goes for the alcove gameplay. Kai decides not to take the fight there as Sahori trying to go for the kill here. Will not find it. Barrick gets the kill onto aggression during all of that. But it will be Ireland that gets the kill.
Still wants it to be.
He does, because it's still. Oh my god! Nobody can touch this Barrick, but his whole team is dead around him. Can he pull out the miracle here? It's looking like and you were frying up some catfish today. Eventually, and it will be just a ridiculous amount of chaos down towards the spot side.
That was definitely some donating of shutdowns for solidarity there, with coming from the Tom Kench. But overall, they kind of stay for the Drake raid. I kind of expected UCI to give this, and they're scattered around having picked that up. Barrick on the opposite side of this engage.
Who's got 1,000 gold shutdown?
Ooh.
Oh
Who's
no!
picked it up? Oh no!
Oh
what a tragedy.
no!
But definitely, it's great play from ONU to identify that this is okay. They're split. This is the chance we're gonna get. We need to follow and pick up a couple of shutdowns here, especially onto Duong Pro, who's been such a menace for them to deal with. I don't know. Barrick just decided to keep going and donate the final shutdown for good measure, but I can kind of see why he felt so confident. He took down one with him and
killed
kept going,
Kim down again. Like, this is just a common theme. UCI have a very strong 2-member squad, and everybody else doesn't matter. Everybody else is just getting blown up constantly. But it's Duong and Barrick who are trying to pull them, like literally dragging their lifeless bodies across the finish line here. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do it.
And I think Sahori did a fair amount of damage in that last fight, despite the 3-7 scoreline.
Oh, yeah,
Got
for sure.
exhausted, ended up getting taken down, but definitely wasn't just lamb for the slaughter, trying to pick up a couple off of the unfortunate situation his team was in. But ONU, I don't know. Off of that, I feel like they're sort of a little bit back in the driver's seat. Unfortunately, the biggest shutdown went to Kuz.
But look, it's the duo.
Oh.
They're here. They're ready to go. As they are actually completely surrounded. They will not find the squishies, and they have to deal with this. They can't run away any longer. They will not make it. As Kai doing a nice job of kiting. Does have the play world. Gets the kill on a Barrack. And now Kai trying to make something happen. Can't find it. Duong still alive and still kicking on the backside. Kadu cannot kill Cinnamon Bread. Now Aggression has found himself in the middle of no man's land. Gets Kim down. And now back in is Kadu. Can they get Duong? The burn's not enough. Direland wants it, but don't do this, Direland. He's a strong troll. We'll see how much he can do here, though. Wind becomes lightning, but it becomes death for Direland.
And I almost thought that was going to be a kill given over to Kadu at the end there, but not quite grabbing it. These fights, for as ahead as UCI are coming out extremely close overall, just because of the general chaotic nature of how they're going and how much mobility champions like LeBlanc and the likes have here. So we have one pro, as you pointed out, Barrack, running just straight forward into this fight. Sahori having to use his E to get out of it. Probably not really doing the most here, but generally speaking, buying a ton of time for the rest of UCI to join the fight with these really, really beefy members. And Kadu not quite getting what he wants. Really good E coming out from Cinnamon Bread here.
Oh my god. We're into a Baron play here. Tidal Wave is coming out. The redirection. Kadu needs to get in there and do some damage, but they've already found one kill on the Kuz, and now it's getting a little bit dicey for ONU as they lose another. Kai is down, one of your main pieces, and Aggression will die shortly after.
And I don't know how this fight started, but UCI, knowing they're strong, knowing that if they get a close confines back to front, they're going to win it out. So baiting that Baron, taking advantage of that fight, and it looks like they're just going to push forward for the end here, Mazel.
Looks like it. They want to go up and tie this series. Duong sitting at 11-1-12. Didn't want none of what was happening in game number one. Said, I've got the carry pants now. And now they'll take down the last remaining members of ONU. The last tower falls in front of the Nexus. They need to end the game here, and Kuz trying to make it not happen. Barrack rejoins the fight with the Voyage, or the Bissell Dive. Blade Whirl comes out from Kai. They do have a decent amount of damage. Just auto attack the Nexus here, UCI, or you might be pushed out of this one and give over that shutdown gold. A couple more autos, and that should be it. Game number one, game number two going to UCI. So we tie up the series 1-1.
I appreciated that last stand from Aggression on the Darius there, but you cannot hold back the tides of change. Like my Nami pun there. Anyway, as UCI tie up the series there, I think definitely how impressive it was that UCI not only said, you know what, you're not going to get anything out of our bot lane, but on top of that, we're going to snowball our top side. So there's not a whole lot that you're going to be able to do, period, if you don't have a snowball Draven, and if all you have is a lot of burst damage coming out from the LeBlanc, no one on your team is going to kill this Tom Kench. It's going to kill this Trundle, and UCI with that diagnostics answering the really, really bold draft and composition coming out from ONU.
Yeah, a little confidence leads ONU falling down on that one, but you got to appreciate the effort. I got to say, Kadu still looking so good in the mid lane, and I'm very excited for what we see next when they are able to center themselves a little bit more. We are going to be stepping away for a little break as we do get ready for that third game. See who takes the leg up in this best of five towards that grand championship. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2021 College League of Legends Fall Warmup Spooktacular. We got the Shurima Division Grand Finals going down right now. You like that, Kelsey? University of California, Irvine, going against Ohio Northern University. I'm Mazel, joined by Misfortune, and I'm Tibbers. I'm not Mazel. I don't know who you're talking about. Definitely not Mazel is who I'm dressed as.
You know, I just liked how when you said spooktacular, your ears kind of bobbed.
I know, it's great.
Like,
I've been trying to do like
that's good.
the up and down so it actually interacts a little bit.
But once again, enough about this event, enough about how fabulous our costumes are, right? Definitely 10 out of 10. Let's
Yeah,
talk a little
100%.
bit about UCI and ONU and how spectacular this series has been so far. 1-1 right now, with UCI coming back with their kind of patented early aggression, getting a massive lead onto the jungle Dwang Pro, as we saw them do once again and again. You know, you heard him yesterday if you were tuning in then. This guy thinks not only is it good for their team, but it's good for the meta right now to play around the jungle and those jungle advantages. And when they hit those home, they look great. So looking for more of that. Meanwhile, if I'm an ONU fan, I'm not feeling too bad. They went for kind of an aggressive strategy. They tried to match UCI in the early game and didn't quite work out. They didn't get the advantages they want, but I think that they have a lot of stuff that they can fall back on and feel comfortable with, saying, you know, scratch off that game 2. We're 1-0 up. Let's keep going, guys.
Exactly. And just got to keep going. Cross those bridges when you get there. As UCI will be on the blue side, ONU on the red side, tied 1-1 for both these teams. Biggest thing for me is what we see in terms of draft adaptation in this third game.
And the Yumi taking off again. I'm expecting the Vex to also be gone, but we'll see if UCI keep that Akali ban. What other adaptations they might make going forward. Meanwhile, ONU, the onus is on them to maybe change a bit of their strategy. I'm expecting the TF to be taken off the table, but that Graves and Olaf's, maybe one of those bans fall through. What would you like to see them ban going into this game?
Well, I would say you'd have to be careful of that Syndra potentially for Cinnamon Bread. I feel like it was very crucial in setting up a lot of the mid lane. And yes, Kadu looked good on the LeBlanc. He's looked good on a lot of stuff, but you've got to make sure to take away some of the power picks from UCI. And I feel like Cinnamon Bread is one of those cornerstone power picks for the squad. So as we go into this next one, we'll see how that mid lane adapts, at least into this third game. The TF ban away, the Akali ban away. The normal and typical bans being played through here.
But I think the UCI feeling a bit better taking that Akali off the table. Fast adaptation between game 1 and 2 for them, sticking with it for the game 3. ONU so far not showing much variety in what they banned, but definitely after I watched that Trundle, I'm just thinking, imagine how much scarier it would be if it were an Olaf versus a Draven. So a Draven Nautilus, so happy to take that one off the table again.
Yeah, it's just a very strong pick, especially in a commanding position that both of these junglers like to be in, at least a little bit more so for Dwang Pro, who took complete control of that last game on the Trundle. Dude was popping off. MVP for sure, I would feel like, between maybe just the whole squad. They were all communicating very well, and that's something I feel confident for UCI going into this next game that is going to play in their benefit. Is it does feel like their communication was just that much more clean going from that second game, and that's important as the series goes on. These series can be long. It can be tiring. You've got to make sure that you're keeping up in the communication aspect of it, as Graves and Amumu, the final bans in the first phase.
And UCI, once again, happy to give them MF over as long as it's not paired with the Amumu. So we'll see if ONU are happy to snap that up this time. Maybe there's going to be another Lucian first pick here, because so far it seems like ONU don't really want to pick the Misfortune into the Lucian. So we'll see if that kind of wards the MF off once again, because, you know, I'm Misfortune, speaking personally. I'm not that scared of Lucian, but we'll see how this draft plays out.
We'll have to see. The Trundle is hovered here by ONU. Very, very strong pick from Dwang Pro last time around. Haven't necessarily got to see it for ONU, and it will be locked in.
I'm wondering if, as this game, we do see the Kai'Sa coming out versus Lucian, which was their strategy yesterday, but so far, Haven't seen that pay off. Maybe this will be the game where we see the Kai'Sa Nautilus just get a ridiculous amount of snowball lead and be able to assassinate a lot of members of UCI's team composition. But I'm actually really, really curious because as soon as you see the Kai'Sa, you're basically determining the identity of the composition, and you know that ONU are going to go all in over and over again. So maybe you start to see some disengaged picks like the Tark that we saw people experiment with. Kindred is a great one. Love to see that there with the Lamb's Respite. Answering this, also able to kite the Trundle extremely well. So liking this, wanting to see maybe they'll pick up some frontline or something along those lines to give them something to space around, but a lot of kite potential already from UCI.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. The damage threshold as well for UCI is there. They might be locking in not the Nami Lucian combo, but the combo of old with the Braum Lucian.
And I like this because if you're picking Kai'Sa, you don't necessarily want to pick those enchanters that do well against the Braum. You're probably going to pick something into the Braum, so they're going to hold that 4-5 pick and go with Silas to try to take that Kindred ultimate a little bit for themselves. Go with the counter disengage back and forth strategy the way that they were sort of doing in response to the Taric ulti. So we'll see if that works out for them going into this particular game.
And into the second phase of bans, as that Silas was picked up by ONU for their final pick of the first phase. It's the Vex as well as the Nautilus banned off by both these teams at least, and then Mordekaiser also joined in that ban table.
And typically we see, like I said, the engage supports, and maybe we see the Alistair banned. If they're banning the Mordekaiser, they might be thinking about the Camille that was consistently denied and isn't going to be denied here from ONU. It will pair pretty well in general with the Kai'Sa, especially with the mobility, and there it is, coming out from UCI. But I'm wondering UCI might feel fairly comfortable because, again, they had that Kindred ult that's going to provide a lot of utility. I love the Alistair, though,
Oh,
right?
my goodness.
Because they might not have a lot of priority in lane. Let's face it, it's Lucian Braum. You're not going to have a lot of priority in lane unless you pick an enchanter up. But you can headbutt the Kindred out of the ultimate. You can create a lot of space, a lot of engaged potential for your Kai'Sa. So liking the adaptation and the answer there so far.
Still waiting on that counter pick for top side, it looks like, for ONU, as Rise locked in for UCI. A little bit of scaling, a little bit of mobility from that mid lane. I actually really like that for Cement and Bread.
And generally does relatively well versus the Silas in mid lane as well. Really strong matchup. Should get first roam off on pick 3. Also picking the set blind, it looks like, because you can play the Camille pretty well into the set. Let's be honest.
He doesn't want it. He wants to go with the Gnar.
He wants to go with the Gnar. He wants to try to auto attack, click back, auto attack, click back. I would say that the auto attack speed, the projectile speed of the Gnar isn't that great, so it's not that difficult for Set to get on top of you as Gnar. But I'm also expecting for UCI to play more towards bot side with this Lucian Braum, so Set might kind of be on his own to make this volatile, and that could be a scary situation for him going up against this Trundle.
Definitely can be, and this is a game where, after seeing the performance from Duong Pro last time on the Trundle, you gotta have some kind of gumption for Direland to be able to pick that one up and pull it into this third game to set yourself apart, right? And to try to find the same influence that Duong Pro was able to find with that pick. A little bit of different composition following that up, and I don't feel like you have that same strength from the top lane that Barrick was able to find on the Tahm Kench, but their composition does have a lot of CC going for them, and it's a very tried and true direction for the composition.
In general, though, I just love how UCI's composition just wants to make Kai'Sa's life miserable. And right, so you commit in as Kai'Sa, there's a Braum in your face, there's Set that's going to space with W and create time for the rest of the team to do damage. Rise is going to build relatively tanky and be able to get prio in side lane, which means that when you're contesting the mid wave as game comes on, you're going to have to fight and make the mid wave volatile versus this Lucian Braum, which means that you're going to try to engage. But if Rise is constantly having side lane prio, you're a little bit scared as Kai'Sa to walk up and engage, because Rise could pop out a Fog of War and be on top of you with this snare, and then it's really unfortunate for you. So I feel almost like UCI had drafted to counter that Kaisa pick, knowing it was going to come, knowing it was going to happen, watching yesterday's series, and knowing that Kai is a big Kaisa player. So, wondering if that's the strategy that they're going for with the draft that they picked up here.
Now, bear with me here, Kelsey.
Okay.
Do we see the level 1 for UCI? The fact that they have the Braum and a lot of damage early on, I think it could be viable, and it could just set the tempo up for themselves.
I think so as well. Definitely still some level 1 potential off of the Kindred. I do think that there's a lot of level 1 power out of the Trundle if you're face checking, losing your range advantage. But in general, overall, I really like the level 1 coming out of UCI. I think that they should try to look for something, whether it's just a ward that guarantees that they know where the enemy jungler is starting. But let's face it, it's UNO. They're going to go bots. So it's not necessarily the biggest utility you're getting out of there, but maybe you catch out the Trundle. Maybe you catch out the Alistair trying to find an early ward or trying to set up in the bot lane brush, because let's face it, you're not going to get lane prior any winning lane as Kaisa Alistair unless you make something a little cheeky happening.
Which they've been doing. They pulled off the level 1 flash burn on Cinnamon Bread last time around. Maybe it just levels up as it goes, but more so for UCI this time around is just trying to continue that control. I feel like that they felt so comfortable in last game.
And as you know, to maybe counter that level 1, you're probably going to do the classic stacking that they've been doing all tournament, right? Go S5, try to find someone on the top side, try to find someone somewhere, rather than letting them walk into you and not have any counter option available with the strong level 1 that UCI are coming to the table with.
We did get word there is a pause to start off the game, as it would be. Unfortunately, can't get through these games too cleanly, as we'll see how long that takes. We'll get into it here shortly, I'm sure. It does actually look like we're getting right into it. So game number 3 between University of California, Irvine and Ohio Northern University kicks off now.
And as soon as you mention the delay, it goes away. That's just the way that these types of things
broadcasting is.
No one's starting off with the sweeper level 1, so we are looking at to either play some wards back and grab those sweepers or go together, and there is some level 1 shenanigans happening on the top side of the map for UCI.
He knew it was coming. He had his mouse ready to go. He's like, you guys, we know what you drafted, and we know that you're a little salty from last game. But ONU do find that out.
And the fact that they were grouped up here and all showed and Trundle spotted them means that ONU, are able to get a nice trade ward down on the bot side, able to spot out Kindred, maybe pathing up or doing whatever Kindred's going to do. Ooh, but I don't think the level 1 shenanigans are quite done for UCI
Delayed
yet.
Invade. See if Kai falls for it. The last time we saw the Kaisa wasn't that impactful. See if it's going to be this time around. Not going to be actually capitalized on, as we have the vision toggle. Seeing if UCI want to commit to it. Does look like they're going to go for the late invade.
Yeah, it does look like we might get a split map scenario, which, if I'm scouting ONU, right, and I had the takeaway that they don't seem to have as great of an impact if they can't snowball bot lane. Split map bot sounds like an exceptional strategy to attempt, right? So picking that Braum, going for a good level 1 jungle matchup, really great way to tackle that problem, and I am admiring the ingenuity we're seeing out of UCI.
I will say, if ONU put 2 and 2 together, right, they will know that Duon Pro is up here because they saw that the bot lane wasn't there. They pinged it out. Now they will finally see Duon Pro here. Has to burn the flash. Immediately responded to, and Direlin looking to put on the Duon Pro performance one more. No, it's first blood for Kai, the Angry Bee.
And nice adaptation going around for Direlin. I feel like if you're ONU, right, you're going to be maybe pushing out this wave, getting level 2 first, so you don't want to overstay as Lucian Braum. But, right, I think just going in here, as long as you have vision on the bot lane and you're able to walk in with Kindred, able to hit this bot wave and maybe show, I think Kindred doesn't necessarily need the initial leash, so it might be better off for you to do that, and then to shadow them after pressing the ward, pressing the wave bot aggressively, getting level 2 first, and rotating to support Kindred on the second.
That was
Rock
just really
Patrol.
good communication from ONU, honestly.
Mhm.
And being able to now find the engage on a Sahori. Both exhausts are pop, cleanse are used as
Oh.
by Kai. Not able to find the damage follow-up on a Sahori. But you do have Direland right back down here. Duan Pro's a little bit later to it. Pillar is available, will be used, but on the wrong side of Kim down.
Okay.
Now Direland gets the concussive blows used on him, and Direland is dead. Unfortunate misuse of the Pillar will lead for the bounce back of UCI.
So rough start for UCI. They ended up getting the first blood onto the Kaisa. However, with both teams knowing that there's going to be kind of a retake or more volatility on the bot side, immediately able to turn that when ONU overcommit for the 2v2.
The Scuttle Crabs will be secured by UCI, also giving Duong Pro a stack there, while Barrick just sets it up for him.
And Barrick making sure that we don't get second Scuttle Crab over for Trundle. In fact, leashing for his jungle, just demonstrating even more how heavily they play around Duong Pro here, making sure that he gets the stack for the Kindred mark.
A nice little bit of teamwork from UCI early on has shown to be very, very, very nice for them. And especially in the way that it leads to their late game shot calling, I feel like. And obviously not there yet. We still got a long way to go for that. But both teams have definitely shown their strengths today already. And I'm very excited for what we get for the rest of this best of 5, as first dragon on the board will be an Ocean Dragon in 30 seconds.
Yep. And even though Duong Pro should have been put behind a bit by what happened in the jungle, right? Trundle should have just been able to clear his bot side, path back up. Kai and Kuz willing to accept the wave pushing into them until Trundle's able to recall.
They might find it. Direland has the slowdown from the chomp. 2-level difference doesn't mean anything. Some Cinnamon Bread. One more auto attack. Flash comes out on the blast cone, and he's out.
So a little bit looking for a ward on perhaps not the most fortunate of timers, but making sure that even if he has to burn the flash, Direland's not getting back into the game, and Kindred's able to use that time.
Direland, he's in trouble. The concussive blows are going to be there, and Duong Pro gets another kill for the team.
To get the camps and not taking a recall yet, setting up in the pixel with Kim Down's roam timer. This is
he's gonna get another mark?
jungle coordination that we love seeing from them, and he's going to pick up yet another mark. Already on 3 here.
They know
ONU's
he's on
bot
it, though.
lane feeling a little desperate, though. I think Lucian should be able to rotate here. This is worth for them to keep fighting for. Nope.
Duong not having flat or smite there, rather, won't be able to commit to it. Actually going back in. Now Direland is back and ready to fight. This is a little bit of a tough situation. I think this is worth.
Rice should be here first. Should be able to get the snare so that Kadu cannot join this fight.
Will actually just be a back off from both teams.
I just want some blood myself. I mean, how difficult is it to get that?
They're getting closer and closer to the grand prize. You know, things are going to slow down, a little bit of nerves.
I felt like it's a really good window for UCI to commit there, though, because you had the bot lane almost in. Lucian Braum feeling extremely strong at that time. Rise actually also getting his wave in and able to zone Kato off of the fight. So I felt like they could have gone pretty well for them, but they are going to back off and see what they can get in their own jungle.
And honestly, Duong Pro's putting up a great early performance on the Kindred. Now will be the first dragon contested over by both teams. TP's coming down. Here you wanted blood, and here we go. Dragon secured by ONU, but the fight is also going to be in ONU's favor. Duong does not have the ulti, will get bursted down, and 5 strong represent for ONU.
ONU able to get numbers onto the Drake first with those TPs. Able to set up well and just make sure that they get the fight and the commit for Kai.
Ooh,
now
nice
at
cleanse
3
from
kills.
Kai, but it's still enough damage from Sahori to get Kuz.
Yeah. Well, despite that unfortunate trade towards the end, Kai's feeling pretty good on 3 kills here. We'll probably get a plate coming over to Sahori, but they'll recoil after that, get back out on the map, and I feel like, in general, both of these AD carries are feeling not too shabby with how the early game has gone. It could have definitely gone way more favorable for Sohori, but committing to that fight, which I'm guessing we're not going to get a replay of, was something that ended up being very, very favorable to ONU. Just instantly having faith that this bot fight will go well if we play around our Kai'Sa Alistar, as long as we have the numbers to do so. And taking that dragon advantage and hoping that Kai'Sa gets to a point where he can carry the game.
Now we see the Scuttle is going to be fought over, the Rift Scuttle, as Rift Herald, rather. ONU, I felt like they were maybe looking to contest this, but immediate back off from Direland. This will be the first objective for UCI.
Yeah, and right now, I feel like it's a little bit stronger on UCI side of the map, top side in particular, with Set, where he is, the fact that Lucian wasn't showing on the map and could have rotated to that Rift Herald first. Just going to give that away and look to see if they can set up or neutralize a bit of their bot lead, set up some nice vision, and maybe zone some waves off of it.
Another mark down towards the bot side for Duong Pro. As you already see Direland coming out that way. We'll probably eliminate that one very, very quickly. But this is another little lull in the action here as the bot lane still arming up very strong, 2-0, 3-0 respectively.
And this time, no soloing TPs, so if Duong Pro wants to make something happen around bot, maybe this is a good window to look for it. Rom's Q does go wide.
This is the winner's bite, Sedge. You do have TP from Kadu if he wants to get down here, as well as Realm Warp Veil for Cinnamon Bread, but it would take a really heads-up play for that to work out. Meanwhile, talking about heads-up play, you already get the roam down from Cinnamon Bread, who's ready to pull the trigger on that.
And Rise should consistently be getting the prio in this matchup.
Rift Herald utilized. They've got a lot of pressure on this tower. This could be first tower going to UCI.
But a really nice engage window for Kadu if they overstay this.
They will not get the tower, actually. Just barely surviving. Not going to get the 5th plate there for UCI.
I think if UCI want to stall this out a little bit, then Kadu will be in a position where he has to lose quite a bit of farm mid, so them denying that rotation.
They have the Lamb's Respite. Realm Warp will get them out. Nice thumbs up comes out as well.
Yeah. They do stall a bit of time for ONU. Maybe Kadu loses a couple extra creeps off of this movement in the jungle, and Duong Pro does secure the scope.
Oh, he's getting so lucky with the RNG. That was huge.
Rise getting first recall off of this. Oh, no. Gonna stay for another wave.
So that is something I do want to check in on is you know, CS differentials, and it is all in favor of UCI right now. They have taken control of the laning phase, at least for themselves. It's still on ONU for the fights, right? We've seen them be very strong in their at least decision making in the skirmishes, fights, and they've been able to take that against UCI a lot of the time. It's where they start falling behind in macro and decisions around the map that really puts them out.
Yeah, and when we looked at this draft, right, this was a really nice early game draft for UCI. Pretty much all lane matchups they picked for priority to try to support this Kindred pick. Meanwhile, ONU picking across the board for comfort, right? We know that aggression loves the Gnar. We know that if the Xin Zhao is off the board, Darlin's going to go to the Trundle. Silas, excellent pick for mid. And then, meanwhile, top lane, let's see if we're going to zone Gnar off the wave a bit as I continue to run down this draft. But in general, just underlining how comfortable ONU are with these picks, so they'll know how to play the team fights and make game together. It's just about not falling too far behind in the early game.
Direland was looking for the engage on the Cinnamon Bread, but realized he has a lot of backup there, as Duong Pro showed on a ward and Kim Down was coming up the lane. We have another dragon on the table. Could be UCI's first, but ONU not looking like they want to give that one up. TP's not available for the top laners just yet. And it looks like Aggression is going to make the decision to give up that outer tower on the top side to try to join the fight. But is it too late, though? Direland still caught out here. Has to get away. Uses the flash. Still dies. And Cinnamon Bread picks up the kill.
A little bit of a hesitation on that flash button. Maybe if he had pressed it earlier, he could have gone over the wall. And
TP's about to come up for Barrick. They just need to buy time here. ONU realize that they need to get into the fight. The Lambs Respite comes away buying a ton of time here, and they do have a lot of sustain, but UCI are too strong in their numbers. No, ONU! The Kai plays are coming up huge, and this Kaisa and the Lucian are both just popping off. The ADC show starts here. And Kai won't be able to follow up on a cinnamon bread, but my goodness, these ADCs are putting on a gun show.
Yeah, and Cinnamon second-guessing his decision to recall that line brush there a little bit, but you called it out at the start of the team fight, Mazel, so we're going to see this replay in a second. Mazel called it out at the start of this fight very well, basically. UCI really needed to get some of those kills coming in early. Direland buying a little bit of time, leading them up through the ramp, but ONU collapsing in the fight was the difference maker. Kai popping off, getting the assassination attempts. That said, they got the gold in their pockets, but UCI will run away with the dragon.
Kadu in a very sticky situation here. I don't think he's getting away from this one. Concussive blows comes away and the damage is there. Kadu dies. Now they're TPing in. The fight wants to continue. Aggression every time his TP is up, just wants to utilize it. You had the actually trading going on between Direland and Cinnamon Bread that we did not catch there.
I will say that the overall impact is that they did pull the TP off of aggression, and that wave top looking relatively comfortable for Barrack to continue to extend his lead.
Do see Cinnamon Bread actually going up that way. Barrack and Kim down trying to push this mid tower. Barrack was very close to just getting that outer tower up there. Glacial Fisher comes out. Kai able to dodge out of it nicely, though.
Kai with a fancy feat, missing most of the CC there and sidestepping the Glacial Fisher.
Not too shabby with the moves from Kai. We said the positioning was huge for this ADC of ONU. See if it comes in clutch for them as they try to claw their way back into this game. 4,000 gold plus in the deficit right now for ONU.
And I'm expecting after Kindred secures this Gromp for them to kind of shift a little bit into bot side. I don't necessarily know if they cared that much about this. Okay, well, they do. this Rift Herald.
Wait, so Sahori just started up the Rift Herald duo? I was like, nah, I'm going to go see if I can find the Krugs real quick. Nope, it's Direland that had already finished it off.
I was kind of expecting them to be willing to give this Rift Herald because, again, you have the T1 still up. It's not going to be a situation where you're getting that 600 gold bounty off on the T2 turret. So at this point in the game, you're kind of comfortable to shift into bot side where the camps are respawning and to continue to snowball the lead on the Kindred. But they do decide to go ahead and pick that up. Maybe they're going to drop it when the next Baron spawns to get a nice little pressure trade and secure the second drink.
I always love seeing those kinds of strategies get played, especially the distraction that a Rift Herald can use or can be used for. Now ONU stealing away the Rift Herald or the Rift Warp. Realm Warp. Kadu can still not find Cinnamon Bread. He's going to use his own Realm Warp, gets into it, beautifully timed, and the outplays just keep coming through for UCI.
Yeah, but sure, Cinnamon Bread probably could have recalled a little bit early, but nice fancy use of the Realm Warp just for entertainment purposes as they pull ONU on the top side and use that window to drop the Rift Herald mid. They might get 2 turrets off of this, and that's definitely a worthwhile trade.
Aggression starting to stack up that Narbar. Maybe they want to keep the namesake and try to find some aggression here on the back foot. They do not find the engage they wanted. They are looking for Duong Pro, though.
Duong Pro with the cheeky thumbs up. I don't think he's going to be at risk here as he tries to greet a bit for this Gromp, but I'm pretty sure he values his life a little more. Just going to back away out there.
And I want to check in here because we have almost 2 items towards the top side for Barrack. We're looking at mythic item completions across the board, going into 2 items for UCI, where you're still waiting on a couple of those completions for ONU.
And Stridebreaker swinging back into favor for Set on this patch. I think it's makes Set feel a little bit stronger after the initial Stridebreaker nerf and Gore Drinker coming into popularity. Set didn't feel as comfortable. but benefiting from the HP, from the slow that's on the Stride Breaker a bit. Enjoying the itemization changes on this patch. And of course, because we had the early recalls on the Dragon, ONU getting dragged across the map, UCI are once again ahead in tempo and able to push into topside as they set up for Dragon at the same time. Just complete control of the map.
Yep, it's really difficult to deal with, but still, the big focus here for both of these teams right now are these AD carries. Where is Sahori's positioning? What is Kai doing, and what is he doing with the killer instinct? How do you find a way of getting Kai all these kills? Because that is your main damage source right now. Everybody else is just a tool to get Kai fed.
And we definitely say everyone's a tool to get Kai fed, and you feel the expense on the rest of the team. Barrack
Really do.
up 50 CS from all of those, basically TPs against priority that aggression had to take. All right.
Now bot lane, Ireland is coming here to back him up. Kim Down is caught out. Duong Pro is here. Lambs of Spike comes out nicely, and now the damage is returned. Everfrost right on the edge, but here's Kai. Kai gets a kill, and now you've got to be careful. Big shutdowns coming across, though, for Cinnamon Bread, who gets a killing spree of his own. The prison actually hits there. The Realm Warp is available for Cinnamon Bread if they want to flank here, but it looks like they're just going to go for the fight onto Ireland. Killer comes out, but Kai is gone. He gets eviscerated, and Kadu does everything he can, but dies. Barrack gets the 1v1 solo bolo, and that is an ace for UCI.
As I was saying, a lot invested in Kai being ahead there. UCI, I really love the Lamb's Respite as they chase down the Kim Dao, keeping him alive, creating a little bit of space as the rest of ONU file into this choke point. Sahori coming in on time as the Lamb's Respite comes down, starts doing damage to the front line, keeping space, wards them off with the culling, and then Cinnamon Bread grabs the flash, the snare, gets Kadu really, really low, so the only one who can really freely walk up and do damage is Kai, immediately playing 1v3 and dies for it as Sahori comes away with the final kill of that fight.
I'll say, Cinnamon Bread actually tried to predict Kadu's flash, but Kadu flashed late. So like the damage was about to connect on him if he would have flashed earlier. And so the big brain play was there from Cinnamon Bread. Unfortunately, execution doesn't follow, but still UCI get that ace. They get all the pressure on the map they could ever want as they go up that 2-1 on Dragons, and as well as bolstering this gold lead.
Look, Mazel, who's to say that the flash was late? You know, maybe he predicted.
He knew the prediction was
the flash
the predict of the predict.
Exactly.
Yes,
it was a big brain play. And maybe he died anyway, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah, true. Hey, it's the what ifs are always good. You know, after just having watched the Marvel series, what ifs are always important. But now we do see the pressure still being put on by UCI as they do find themselves in this driver's seat. They have a ton of pressure and a lot of aggression coming out from Duong Pro, who is only 1-4 on this Kindred, but has been a crucial piece to the aggression and the positioning that UCI has had across this map.
And I'm definitely enjoying the juggling of Fogboar as Barrack maybe overstaying his strong side a little bit too much here.
They're going to immediately turn on the Baron.
UCI are set up so well on the opposite side of the map because they've been juggling this control so consistently. They are in position to immediately make a trade play, right? So we would call that a good death as opposed to the bad death, as long as UCI are able to come away with this. Use their tools available to get out of this situation scot-free with a nice Baron.
Not going to connect. Kadu just trying to desperately make something happen on the back of the Baron take from UCI. They will find Kim down on the side here, though. Kai trying to make it happen. Lamb's Respite again saves the day, but now Duong Pro has put himself in trouble. He goes down to aggression. Another Baron buff bites the dust as Kim down goes down, and that's more kills into Kai's pocket.
I feel like if Duong Pro didn't try to save Kim down there, it would basically just be 2 for Baron, which is definitely a super favorable trade. Still, 3 for Baron, not half bad, especially since Barrack already back out on the map. They're able to maintain map control. ONU didn't answer any waves in exchange for that extension, so a lot of opportunities in position for them to use the 2 Baron buffs they have remaining.
Oh, Sahori! Oh my god, the solo polo! The dude is nuts! UCI just continue to make plays happen.
I figured that was not going to be a 1-for-1, but I think Barrack is looking for a little bit more. Let's see if he gets it. Doesn't look like it's going to mean anything, but
Barrack
I don't know. He's still going.
Barrack is Schroden right now. He's just
anymore.
looking for it. He's 1v3, does not care.
That was definitely a bluff. As soon as Rise goes into Fogabor, you can tell ONU's like, I don't know. This guy feels really confident. But yeah, I was not even expecting that KD would go down there in that mid trade. I thought he might land the E. There'd be a little bit of a trade, but almost explodes instantly from Sahori. So I didn't get to set you up for your immediate. Oh my god! Play-by-play moment. So
I know,
unfortunate.
right? It goes in hand with we have a series on our hand and all that kind of stuff. It's just the excited play. I do want to zoom. I want to get a note from our producers if we can and see what Duong Pro's stacks are at. Actually, he's at 7, so he's actually got the second activation of his passive. Now might be getting shut down though. Kai is way too strong. And there you go, an 8th kill in Kai's pocket, working on that 3rd item.
But I mean, what we said before, Mazel, that's a good death because the wave top, really great position.
Exactly.
One of the remaining Baron buffs for UCI. Simon going to take this inhibitor turret and walk away feeling pretty comfortable about that because on their recall, ONU's going to push this out all the way. Perhaps they're just going to be able to they're going to answer by getting set up on this next dragon and put them on soul point.
Kelsey, I'm just going to say I found where I need to actually play League of Legends is collegiate because apparently that's where ADCs thrive. As we're seeing these performances come across, we do see Glacial Fisher from Kim down trying to get the separation here. Cinnamon Bread is there. Showstopper boldly comes out as the face breaker too. Barrack is taking up a storm and he's doing God's work right now. That's huge. But Kadu is there to shut things down. Kai is still alive. Hit by the one Winter's bite goes down. Sahori, the other mainstay in this. The ADC gameplay is tight-knit, and it is Sahori who comes out on top. Duong Pro, after all of this, trying to look for Direland. Will not find the distance on that coverage, and 3rd Dragon goes to UCI.
Silly me talking about how they just reset. ONU have
No,
to
they didn't even
top
get the
side.
dragon. They're just going for Direland.
They just take a 4v5 and win it. You know, it's fine.
They just win the game. No, it's 15 seconds. They don't win the game off this. It was a little bold.
But was a pretty nice 4v5 setup from Barrack. Looking at this initiation here, right? You have aggression walking in, you know Direland's coming in late, basically already Kim down, zoning them off, Sahori having to burn flash, but there's no exhaust anymore, and Kuz is running out of the fight. Insane initiation from Barrack. Did you see how much damage his combo did there?
Yep.
And then the rest is just really simple, easy cleanup from Sahori and Cinnamon Bread, who could just stand on
that Winter's bite. Oh.
Stand on that narrow landing and take them off one by one. That was great. Great conclusion there, but man, Barrack has been such a hero this game. I feel like we didn't talk about him as much yesterday, but I think the set games that he's got on a solo queue account showing through here.
They really are, and one of the key things is that initiation, that setup for them in the late game fights. That's what I wanted from. That's what we saw yesterday, and that's what was so commanding from UCI is the combination of all these elements, and it's coming to bear against ONU.
Yeah, but now we've got a set with 2 mountains, not even having the soul yet. I feel like a set with 2 mountains, pretty nice. Definitely nothing to sneeze at. A little bit of extra tankiness for you to just flash in and engage freely.
The other thing for me is like the serious CS differential that's happening here. I mean, there's a 12,000 gold deficit for ONU. That is so difficult in any world to come back from. Oh no, the headbutt pulverized combo not going to connect onto Sahori. Now Realm Warp coming in to bring the reinforcements, and now Kadu is the one that has to go golden. They're turning the fight around, though. Kai is nowhere nearby to help, and they can't get the damage. That's a huge Meganar ulti. They get 1 because Kai is finally there, but he has to run away, and they're just going for the base. They're going for the bottom side. They're going for triple inhibs. Duong Pro finds it. Kai needs to get the outplay here. Can't find it. It's close. There you go. Prey Seeker. Kai in the Lambs Respite. Duong Pro, one auto attack. There you go. The Acathian Rain rains on to Duong.
Yeah, I'm definitely okay with that. I think ONU might lose their base for that kill onto Kindred. We'll see how much time Kai can take. The Nexus is ticking off. Braum able to disrupt some of the damage, and there is a shutdown. But ultimately, Mazel, we have UCI at match point versus ONU.
We do. It's insanity. Oh my goodness. I just love that we're getting these contested ADC bouts. It is what I love to see. And the fact that Sahori can come in clutch, the rest of the team all coming in clutch in the decision making later on. And especially Duong Pro, he doesn't need the trundle. He doesn't need to have all the kills. He is controlling the jungle so well.
And how many times do we say UCI is about jungle mid support? But
Yep.
Barrick and Sahori coming in extremely clutch for them that game. I think they were definitely, for me, the big heroes, not letting any of the forces on bot lane happen. Sahori trading back really, really well, having the confidence to move forward on the solution and to start off fights. Barrick looking for these really, really insane Sai's that catch 4 or 5 people, buying so much time, doing so much burst damage with W, and just getting huge advantages and pressuring them when Nar feels like he has to reactively TP bottom, making sure that the lead that he gets by denying CS, by pushing forward into top lane, taking those plates, and the CS differentials you kept calling out over and over again, coming through, just making those team members so tanky, do so much damage, and just be impossible to take down, even when ONU started to get those favorable fights towards the end.
Yeah, it was actually impressive. And now ONU find themselves on the back foot here, one game away from losing. I will give them the benefit of the doubt, though. Everybody on both these teams, all the semifinals teams, all have Rawcat equipment, as they were all supplied with that going into this collegiate warm-up. And so I have confidence in the fact that they can bring it back. The mechanics are there, the peripherals are there, and ONU want to bring us to a 5-game series. I just have no doubts, Kelsey.
Yeah, I definitely, I can't say enough good things about my Rawcat mouse, Mazel. So instead of that, I'm just going to let you take us into the break and
we're not going to talk for the whole break as these wonderful costumes that we have. No, we are going to sit into a little break. We're going to be getting ready for game number 4. Can ONU bring us to game number 5? We'll find out soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 College League of Legends Fall Warm-Up. We're in the Shurima Division Grand Finals, one step away from the University of California, Irvine, claiming the Grand Championship over Ohio Northern University. I am Tibbers, joined by Misfortune, because I'm going to do it right this time, and I've apparently learned to talk. How you doing, Kelsey?
Great. You know, I got to do the MF laugh before the broadcast ends, but that's not going to happen yet, for sure.
Because
So
we're going
I
to
will
5
say,
games. That's it. That's why.
absolutely, right? That's the reward. So I will say it's interesting that neither of us are Shurima champs, but
True.
what is in
Should have thought that
Shurima,
through.
particularly the Shurima division, UCI and Ohio Northern University. Let's see if we've got UCI closing it out, because they've looked really, really strong these last 2 games. And of course, now that ONU have decided to not pick me up anymore, because I don't know, I guess they decided that maybe if I'm on broadcast, I must be banned or something along those lines. Who could say? But now that they've strayed away from me, maybe because they don't like the Lucian matchup, who's to say? They haven't looked as strong, right? Their identity hasn't worked out for them in terms of guaranteeing this bot snowball, rotating that into the opposite side of the map. So they need to find a way to get that bot snowball going again to see if they can bring us to 5 games. I think that they have a lot of opportunities to do that, but maybe it starts with the Lucian ban. Maybe that's something that they can't work around. Maybe that starts with just trying the MF into Lucian matchup, right? Maybe they're afraid of the Nami Lucian combo if they pick MF, but we'll see what the adaptation is coming up here pretty quickly.
And it's got to be a real turnaround for Ohio Northern University, because we've seen them at their highs, we've also seen them at their lows, and they just weren't able to find the sure footing that I feel like they've been able to find in a lot of their games. And even if it's not sure footing, the biggest thing that we've seen from Ohio Northern University is the capitalization on the mistakes of their opposing teams, and especially on the overextensions. And that's something we saw in game number 1. It's something we saw a little bit of in the beginning of game number 2. But then University of California, Irvine just cleaned the decision making, and makes it that much harder to play.
And I think UCI took a little bit of what I like to call hedging. We call it Peter Dunn hedging at EG, where specifically what it is you're overloading your risk on 2 sides of the map. So you're hedging your bets by taking high stakes bets on 2 sides of the map. And we saw multiple situations where someone would die bottom and the rest of the team would get Baron. Someone would die top and then they would rotate and take the turret. Someone would die and then they would get priority and tempo to secure the next objective or to force on mid. So they're basically saying, okay, you kill someone in that side lane, that's a good death for us, and we take over the map. So rather than try to juggle fog of war better, they're just going all out and balancing showing 3 people at once.
Well, we do get a little change up this time going in game number 4. ONU on the blue side, where UCI will be on the red side. And I wonder if UCI keep those same bans.
I'm guessing UCI are still going to ban Yumi. They're still going to ban Akali. They're going to feel pretty comfortable taking those off the board. And I'm wondering if the ONU they'll ban TF, but maybe they'll decide we can give Graves or we can give Olaf. They love playing the Trundle, right? So maybe they want to play the Trundle into the Olaf mashup, right? And give that a try. And they give that over and instead ban Lucian. So we'll see how this works out for them as it plays out. But
if they actually take the analysis.
Yeah. But we will have to wait through a couple more bans to see any sort of adaptation, is my guess. Seeing the standard 1-2 ONU and standard 1-2 UCI bans coming through. And the Olaf ban is coming through again.
I like the fact that we get the Olaf ban specifically. Still leaving a lot of the meta of this specific best of 5 on the table here for ONU. So a little confidence in that fashion. Don't want to take anything off just yet. Want to keep the tried and true so far. And for UCI, it's looking like a lot of the same. You've got to take off the Akali.
And maybe there is a particular part of the draft that ONU wants to reproduce. So they're going to ban the same first three, and then they're going to say, okay, we're going to first pick the Lucian this time.
Mhm.
We'll see how that goes, right? Maybe they're going to first pick the MF and see if UCI pick Lucian Nami, then they have a counter pick support on the 2-3.
Mhm.
So we'll see what their options are going after the Graves ban.
It is the Amumu. So taking away the Misfortune Amumu combo. And that means that I would wonder if ONU still feel confident in that pick. I mean, the Draven looked okay, but I would like something different. The Kaisa did come
There it
through.
is.
And it is the Lucian that's actually scooped up by ONU.
And they are first picking this Lucian. They're saying, anything you can do, we can do better. Putting a little bit of that power onto Kai. I am really curious to see this Caitlyn pickup, though. So definitely looking at this itemization, seeing Caitlyn come out, a little bit shifting away from the shield bow meta, looking for longer range, being able to look for more auto spacing and auto attack trades versus the Lucian. I like the idea of the matchup, and I want to see how UCI and Sahori are able to execute it. And if we talked about how ONU almost play like a Caitlyn style, where they get the first turret and then rotate to top and rotate to mid. Let's see if UCI can mimic ONU a little bit with that coming through.
Steal their own magic. The magic here for me, though, is Duong Pro on the Lee Sin. That is a scary prospect in any fashion. Duong Pro has been very good at grabbing control of the game and not letting it go. And that's something you can 100% do on the Lee Sin. This is a good response, though, from Direland as the Xin Zhao is locked in.
And this series so far has been all about the bot lane dives and skirmishes. So picking a super early aggressive jungle, looking for those bot dives, and ooh, is the Vex gonna come through?
They've been banning it every game on the second phase. Hasn't been picked up in the first phase yet. It is not going to be locked in.
Interesting that they're just gonna blind Lissandra like that. I guess you're going for when Lee Sin commits to a fight, you use the Lissandra, but I'm not quite sure if I like just picking it blind in that angle, because there's a lot that it won't do well against in the mid lane, like the Orianna. It does provide a certain amount of utility, and you can still pick a lot of carries that will just kind of outrange it, force it to all in and commit, and then after that, you'll just still be able to play well in fights against it. So curious to see how this Lissandra blind is going to play out for them.
A little comfort having to come through here for ONU, but now we're into the second phase of bans. It's the Nami banned away against ONU to take away that combo of the two. We'll see what they can potentially grab for it. The Braum obviously available, things along those lines.
And I'm wondering, because of how important bot lane has been in the series, if both teams are kind of saving the support pick and trying to get counter pick on 5 for UCI, potentially.
True.
But we'll see with the ONU bans coming through, both teams choosing to ban the supports, if UCI will feel like they should pick up a support on 4 and then limit the options ONU have, just because so many supports have been denied.
They are going to ban away the Braum, it looks like, as well as the Thresh banned away by ONU. And the final ban is going to be telling as where ONU think their big priorities lie. A lot of supports already taken off the board. Maybe they'll take away Barracks, Mordekaiser.
And I'm wondering if we'll see an Alistair with the Caitlyn, like the classic Caitlyn Alistair combo, because they are banning
Morgana's
the Braum, they are
open.
banning the Nami. both good options. They are taking Caitlyn Morgana, so they're looking to just hard siege punish. Oh no. Okay. Woo!
That's
I was a little concerned.
the thing. We don't try to talk about hovers because it always baits you. The teams are always having good fun with it. Is the Leona with the Caitlyn an interesting combo? Not something we see together a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's not exactly the most straightforward combo that you're thinking about. You do still get the setup for the E and the Q with Leona, followed up by the Caitlyn trap, right? So you still have that type of synergy going for you, but it's not necessarily, and the fact that Leona has the W can be very tanky, won't be easy to punish after she commits. So you still have a little bit of situations where it can create a lot of space for you, but I was kind of expecting like an Alistair to have some more classic combination, or for maybe even the Morgana if they felt like they could hard siege. But I think if you let them play Lucian Lulu, that just goes completely wrong for you.
It is the Alistair that comes through, as well as the Gnar for ONU. So aggression, just feeling confident on the Gnar, wants to continue to pick that up. Even though the Camille's open, those kind of aggressive picks, it's going to stick with the team fight composition, as it will be the Sylas actually locked in finally for UCI.
And this top lane matchup is pretty rough if your jungler doesn't path top and you don't intend to fight around top lane, which, looking at this Caitlyn bot lane, I don't think they're intending to fight around top lane. But Sylas has so much utility if you get out of that lane phase. Going into mid lane can steal the Gnar ultimate, the Lissandra ultimate, the Alistair ultimate, even Xin Zhao ultimate is pretty nice to nab here. So mostly just hoping that Sylas doesn't get too punished in this game, and then is going to feel really, really, really nice in fights.
And now looking over at ONU's side, they do have a very roundabout composition, different avenues forward, I feel like, different ideas in their strategy, but relying on comfort here, relying on a lot of comfort picks for ONU to push them to that fifth game, in this fourth game.
And when the chips were down yesterday, what did ONU do, right? When they lost that third game, they came back. They picked this Xin Zhao Lissandra combo with a Galio, with a lot of champions that could frontline and create space for Kai to do damage in fights and just peel as effectively as possible. So that's what they're trying to do here. Once again, we're looking at this and we're saying, you're putting all of your eggs in the Kai basket. Basically one primary damage source coming out for you, but that's something where I feel like ONU just feel the most comfortable. So
Yep.
Let's see if they can make it work here.
It's try to bring to bear the comfort of collegiate, the king of collegiate, which is comfort. And I'm really wondering if that's going to be enough, right? UCI just seem like on another level at this point. They seem like they are really finally woken up and into this series, right? And they do not want to let it go, especially Duong Pro. We highlighted Cinnamon Bread. Yes, you've been playing very, very good as Cinnamon Bread in the mid lane, but it's been Duong Pro that I feel like has had the entire decision-making process for both of these games so far, or at least both of the games that we just saw, as well as maybe a little bit of the first game, maybe a little bit less.
And I think, once again, Barrick making those 5Ps count, not just considering the immediate matchup, but considering how can I pick to counter their entire composition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he sees the Alistair, right? He sees the Gnar ultimate, and he's thinking about that, or the coach is thinking about the maximum utility that they can get out of their 5 picks. So he might not enjoy life in laning phase at the gate, but going to be really, really helpful to them, especially maybe he's feeling a little bit confident. I don't care too much about this Gnar matchup. This guy hasn't really been threatening me all series, so just give me whatever and I'll carry the fights.
I'll see who can carry this time around. Game number 4 starts off. University of California, Irvine, 1 game away from claiming the championship of this College League of Legends Fall Warmup Shurima division. Ohio Northern University needs something to grab onto to push us to game number 5.
And the classic at this point, ONU level 1 5-man stack, grabbing a defensive ward on the top side, because I would say don't have the greatest level 1 utility, so just trying to get some defensive wards somewhere and make sure that they don't get invaded on.
A little quiet level 1, not going to find that avenue they wanted to, but still, I like the attempt to look at it, look for it at least. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
This reminds me of the old strategy where you could just drop a ward in base and then it would refresh your trinkets. I forget what Keystone did this with, but there was definitely a bug in the game where that was a strategy, and you would just watch people drop wards in bases. It's definitely not in there anymore, so that was an error. But
I like that you're trying to give like maybe a little bit of leniency there.
Yeah, it was Ghost Poro, right? So you could get double wards really early on doing that, and get the totem off cooldown really early on. So
now we get to go to our laning phases with both these junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, leaning to potentially different focuses. But from me, what I always look at when I see a Lee Sin in the game, what kind of pathing do we see? Do we see Duong Pro take that aggressive stance, take a unique path? So far, he's fully cleared the blue side of his jungle.
And what I do like is Lee Sin is pathing up. He's gonna do a solid to Barrack here and make sure that he doesn't have his HP bar chipped down by the Gnar autos. So that allows Barrack also to play this matchup a lot more volatile, to look for a lot more trades and get Gnar HP low to see if maybe they can make a topside play.
See if that actually comes to fruition, though, as it will be the same for ONU's jungler Direland heading down towards this. But now we see the adaptation here. Duong Pro going for the invade onto Direland, who has decent health bar. Does have actually first roam from the bottom lane, but it actually looks like the ward is going to sound it out.
Waves to crash to make sure that his laners can rotate first, but he is playing patiently here. He's getting some backup from Kim down.
Raptors are started by Direland. He wants to actually turn back around for this red buff. This is a lot of time taken here as now UCI look to turn on to Kuz, and the big headbutt pulverize rather, does come out from Kuz to stop the engagement. They're going back. UCI, they're going back. Oh my god, it just doesn't stop. Poor Direland.
Duong Pro playing patiently around these waves, but you can see it doesn't take very long. Oh,
you've got a huge team fight going on at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Who's going to go down first blood? Not anybody yet. TPs are utilized from the top lane, and now we've got to see what top lane can do here. Very low health bars. Flash is coming out across the board, and red buff finally taken, but no, Kai! He gets first blood, gets taken down. 2 responded to by ONU. What was that? They're going back in.
Oh. Okay.
Oh my god. They're going back in. Duong Pro is here. Barrack is here. What is happening, Kelsey?
See, I'm just expecting a nice, calm early game, wondering when I can start talking about Caitlyn and her itemization. But instead, what happens is what has happened the entire series, Mazel, which is eventually everyone just TP's bodily fights.
Everybody TP. Because why not?
But something really important and key there was that Kai was actually zoned out of the fight pretty early on, which made it really easy for Sahori to just keep doing sustained damage. I think what went a little wrong as we continue the fighting in the bot lane,
oh, the 90 caliber! Oh! Wow.
I did not expect the flash.
Those mechanics from Sahori are dirty. That is dirty, dirty, dirty. Oh, they're going to find the Zenith Blade.
Oh, and they are not done.
Keep down. You're a little aggressive there, I feel like. You're going a little ham there. Not too bad, though.
It's like, you're behind me, right? You just walk past that
You're
wave.
behind me as an
creeps,
ADC
right?
main. I feel Sahori's pain there. Where your support's like, why weren't you behind me, man?
So we do get to see, really early on, Kai takes a lot of damage zoned out of this fight, which means Sahori gets to free auto until both of these TPs are channeled in. Unfortunately, what happens after this
Sahori
is
90
Sahori gets a little excited.
Oh my god. That is a bold move, Cotton. That is a bold move.
Goes over the Krug. So what went from a free fight ended up trading a couple more kills over to ONU, but then we saw UCI get it back just by playing that bot lane 2v2 very, very well. Almost even getting another kill under the tower if Sahori had just followed Kim down all the way over there. So still looking pretty nice for them overall.
And now focus back on the map after that craziness of fight constantly before that 5-minute mark. Now, first dragon on the table is an ocean dragon. While we see Kim down on a roam towards topside, not going to find what they were looking for, but maybe we'll see the dragon priority rise here for ONU.
I do want to talk a little bit about the Caitlyn itemization just a tad, since we are going to see that lethality item built for her early
You
on.
don't like
right?
lethality, Caitlyn?
We've seen this becoming a lot more popular, right, with recent changes. I think she feels really, really strong, especially when she gets that passive shot coming through, the headshot. So really, really powerful. I think traditionally we think of Caitlyn as like this first item and then she's useless until 3 items. If you're building more of the crit build, that's not true. But if you are building this lethality build, it feels kind of correct. So
Yeah.
I like
It
the
does.
I like the hex flash into the second book from Kuz just so
Make
he
sure.
doesn't show on the creep wave.
Yeah, yeah. It's
I,
it's
I,
a
I
little
always
Splinter
love
Cell
that. It's a
going on
classic.
here. Do see a little
And
bit of
this-
focus though towards top side for Duong Pro, as I was wondering if they wanted to dive onto aggression.
And Barrick, this freshman from UCI, this freshman top laner, doing really well in these matchups this entire series. Definitely expecting a little bit of an advantage coming over for the Gnar in this one, but they both TP down when Barrick had a little bit of a wave advantage as has been happening this entire series, and then donating wow.
Oh, aggression! Honestly, you can have the
It's just
Gnar
mental
picks now.
advantage.
You're good. I was questioning it. No, you're fine, man. You steal that Gromp, you're good. You can keep playing Gnar all you want.
Sometimes as a top laner in aggression's position where you know your bot lane's just going to scream for TPs this entire time and you're going to have to donate stacked waves and fall extremely behind. You got to take the small victories, man. It's just
Here comes
the little
Kato
things.
into the fight. He's all by himself, though. Has to pop Frozen Tune on himself now. Big knockups from Kuz as they've turned it. I think Duong Pro actually was able to secure that. Will die afterwards. And actually, I actually don't see. No, it's on to Kim Down. So they did secure it. Kim Down got the eye. Meanwhile, it is Sahori who's been pushing the bot side tower this entire time.
And when you're in UCI and you're looking for that spike onto the 80 carry, sometimes you give this one. You don't even rotate for it, right? You just leave Caitlyn down. You know that they're going to use their recall.
This
to go
triple
top,
knockup from Kuz is huge.
Not even a bad engage from Kato either to buy time and to force them off of the area. They funnel into a choke point together, and then Kuz gets the knockup after. Really good teamwork coming out from ONU.
That's what you need to see if ONU were going to push us to another game. Barrick almost dies to aggression under tower here. Need to be a little bit careful. Has the Kingslayer available to try to get some healing back.
All right, so Kim Down looking for some sneaky engages. Let's see if he can get anything. I don't know if Kato is his desired target, though.
I feel like that'd be a little rough to deal with. Seeing
Yeah,
a
you're
lot
also
of presence.
pretty easy. Lissandra's a little slippery.
Cinnamon
so.
Bread is just dead. The flash comes out. Is the culling going to be enough? No, not this time. Flash, though, that makes it enough. Kai, with the confidence play, goes on a killing spree.
And maybe this turnaround, this Lucian into the hands of Kai, is exactly what ONU kind of needed to swap back their confidence. But we will see the Rift Herald going down bot, so I'm guessing in an arms race to get gold onto 80 carries, Sahori is going to come out ahead here with the first tower blood.
Will indeed. Now, see the bounce back from ONU, though, as they get the engage. Pulverize still available there. Can't get it off. Kai has to go ahead and use the cleanse, but the damage is enough for ONU. As they've taken the fight here, Sahori by himself in the alcove, they can easily clean this one up. Slowly but surely, Kai gets the shutdowns, and Kai's just getting all of the gold on the Lucian.
And I was expecting if they're staying bot for that rift, right, we would see a rotation from Barrick, right? We would see someone rotate down to support Sahori in this particular fight to make sure that they have backup and ONU can't just rotate into them, right? Because that was definitely a scary situation. I
Barrick
will
is just
commend,
dead?
however, Kuz's positioning in that fight
Barrick?
as
Barrick?
Barrick goes for the 1v1 on
Oh!
Kato.
He sold the Frozen 2, but he didn't use it. Wait, no. Did he use it? I don't know. He doesn't have it available anymore.
I think he did use it. I definitely saw it, but
But it, like, didn't have enough time to actually come through. But Kai has enough time.
Oh.
No! The stun from Kim down. That's huge.
I will say that Kuz has felt like rejuvenated off of this Alistar pick, mostly staying on top of high priority targets like Sahori, making sure that they aren't able to get damage off in fights. So I don't know. This game's feeling relatively even, though we do see CS leads as we engage in mid lane.
Shockwave lands onto 2, not enough damage followed up afterwards though. Ireland just goes in, tanks the tower there. Goose over the wall, does have flash, does have the combo available as Dragon did spawn here. ONU in position to go for it, but there is going to be a contest if UCI have anything to say about it.
A lot of high value ultimates down on a couple high value ultimates down on both sides. No Shockwave or Frozen Tomb available.
You have Dragon Rage kick, the Silas ulti coming back up now as well. If they get this mid lane priority, they can push into the Dragon. It does look like that's what they're going to try to accomplish here. And just push into the vision game that ONU have been able to establish.
As long as Sahori stays safe in the back line, it makes it difficult for them to commit onto him. They can still win these team fights.
Dragon is going to be committed to by UCI as they are putting in the work. Kuz on the backside all by himself, but has the unbreakable will, and there you go. The engage from ONU is back to it, but the front-to-back fight not going their way. Meganar ulti saves the day here as aggression comes through with a double kill.
I am just loving these flanks from Goose, consistently finding the really, really good engages. The 5-man knock up once again in that situation. Sahori zoned out for a lot of the fight. Had some opportunities to get a couple more autos in, but wouldn't really have changed the overall result as the rest of ONU's team was just ripping through the health bars of his teammates.
That is a gigantic advantage. 12-3 now for ONU, at least on the map. And the fact that we have seen them completely turn over a new leaf in this fourth game is absolutely huge for them.
And you see Barrack trying to mark this Alistair a little bit, but them all funneling over to this wall makes for a really easy knock-up on the ultimate. And then follow-up engage coming out as the Narbar gets stacked up.
Oh, that crescent guard as well in the middle of that. That was actually huge.
Yep. It's going extremely well for the combo. You've got Alistair going in, the follow-up from Direland, and then finally Aggression stacking up the Narbar, and keeping them pinned against the wall just makes it really easy for ONU to land damage for free from this illusion.
We got a little bit of time here. Second Dragon was secured by ONU. Puts themselves up in that objective control at least. Baron gonna be spawning in a while, but first is the Rift Herald number 2 onto the map, and very excited to see how much priority we see over that as ONU look for the play in mid. They find it. Sahori is down. Now next is Kim down. Slowly and surely give the kill over to Kadu, now on a killing spree himself.
Yep.
Comfort rules collegiate, Kelsey.
It's true. And you and I, we've had nothing but praise for Kai, but I just want to say the unsung heroes of ONU are just how well they understand when they have impactful engages or cooldowns, how to layer them, how to make sure that the enemy team that they're playing against stays CC locked for an eternity. And Kai doesn't even necessarily at a certain point have to worry about movement and positioning. He just cleans up for free.
As we got the Rift Herald taken by Direland. Get the reset off for himself. Now, UCI maybe looking for a play in mid lane, bringing a lot of bodies this way as the wraparound from Duong Pro is there. Flash on Kim down. Now the ace in the hole there, but Kuz able to tank up a storm, and Barrack goes in a little bit heavy-handedly.
And yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if this Caitlyn Gale Force might be a game changer, allow her to evade a little bit of these Alistair engages, but we're seeing that UCI falling a bit behind in the damage department, not being able to follow up the engage from Kim down as well, and ONU actually getting the better of that trade overall.
I want to see where they utilize this Rift Herald, though, for ONU. Direland try to break one of these outer towers. Now Barrack goes in. Meganar ulti utilized. I feel like we're still about to lose that trade, so rightly backs off.
Once again, I don't necessarily think that this Rift Herald is going to be insanely impactful. Probably will just save it for the next Drake spawn as the best use of it, just to try to drop it mid or bot to get UCI to respond so that they can get priority to set it up. But overall, there's not a lot of low turrets. The fact that there are no plates left, there isn't easy access to a tier 2. They might just chip away on that mid tier 1 and call it a day.
And we'll see the bounce through the jungle for Duong Pro on this Lee Sin. Now that we're getting close to those full item completions across the board, I do believe Duong Pro will have his when he backs, but the aggression doesn't stop from ONU as they're looking mid.
I'm not really feeling the lethality Caitlyn this game. I think Sohori got some pretty nice early kills, right? So he probably said, I'm not going to get too punished for dipping into it and picking up some early lethality for myself, but right now it feels kind of bad that Gale Force is completed for ONU's Lucian. The fact that he's working on his second item and you're just sitting on a Sterix that's not doing, or excuse me, a dagger that's not going to do a whole lot for you, right?
Mm-hmm. UCI on the front foot here in the top side of the map, trying to get the tier 2 down themselves. Have found a lot of gold from standing objectives around the map now. Still pushing in up here, but aggression doing a nice job. Now the Rift Herald used in bot lane as they're looking to push into tier 2 themselves.
And overall, you have the tempo advantage on ONU. So even if UCI is set up to trade for this, you know that ONU are going to come ahead with the lead on the map. And this is part of what we were looking for and what gave them such a big advantage in the early games. Once they get out of the lanes, their map movements and understanding of trade plays seem to be a little bit better with the lead. So
they just went from having no towers, really, except for that bit, to all the bottom towers up to the inhib.
And I can understand the mindset of UCI here, right? They can't really meet them in the middle of the game. They just get flash engaged on by Alistar. So they're trying to make a little bit of a small trade. If we get some towers on Caitlyn to get her to 2 items, it'll feel okay, even if we fall a bit behind. We can use her range advantage. We can use the fact that Silas can steal some of these ultimates to make an engage happen. As long as Caitlyn has the damage, even if we're taking a disadvantageous trade, it might work out for us. However, I think ONU got a little bit too much and bit off a little bit more than they wanted for that. Maybe if they waited for the Rift Herald just expired or they had matched the Rift Herald, they could have gotten a better trade play after that.
And now for the next little bit, we will still see positioning around these objectives. Making sure vision is down around this Baron Pit is super crucial. Especially when ONU are in a place that they can easily start that up and try to utilize the strength they have to take advantage of that. Still waiting on those second items for a lot of key carries, third items as well for UCI, but it's going to be a long time till they get there, Kelsey. And they've got about 4 minutes and 20 seconds till the soul comes online for ONU.
Yeah, and ONU just picking up these dragon after dragon very cleanly. I know that a lot of people don't have favorable things to say about Cloud Soul, but Lissandra, Lucian, Alistar with Cloud Soul just running at you down the lane. How does Caitlyn survive that? She just doesn't. She's never going to have a good time in this video game again if UCI have to give over that Cloud Soul here.
And honestly, at this point, I don't know if anybody's having a good time on the side of UCI. They really can't find a way into these fights, and the gold deficit is staying pretty consistent, about 4,000, a little bit less than that for ONU. So at least they have that going for them. But the difficulty is the execution of this composition when you are behind.
And despite the fact that Barrack was doing relatively well to expectations in this early lane, it turns out aggression having a much easier time of it now, especially since he's frequently getting numbers rotating to support him in his laning phase, so it's very rarely an isolated 1v1. And even when it is, Barrett didn't quite get the good jump on him, isn't really able to consistently land those E's to make sure that Gnar gets locked down.
And we do see that right now, Duong Pro is just trying to weigh his options, figure out how to approach these next couple minutes, and especially the next little bit for objectives. And this Baron's still on the table for ONU as they position their bodies up towards topside, trying to capitalize on Kai's strength as well as the strength that has been present of the Kuz and Direland duo.
We've got Barrack setting up maybe a cheeky little engage here, but we've got the counter from Kuz.
2-on Pro is here, though. Everfrost already utilized by Barrack. I don't know if they can actually follow this up here, as it looks like UCI just gonna be able to defend
Aggression
off
does
of
have the
play.
Mega and TP available, so
They do continue to fight over this. As Sahori getting the red buff, going show back up towards this top side. Now, it's just turning into a 4v4, but a little bit lopsided because you have aggression being dealt with by Cinnamon Bread.
yeah. And Aggression no longer has access to that Mega Gnar, so ONU have way less threat to siege this tower. In general, if I feel almost like if Kim Down decides to pop this ultimate, this might be... This isn't the worst chance that UCI to have a swinging fight, so...
Definitely isn't. They just got to pull the right trigger at the right time. It's all about the timings right now for UCI. As the tower does eventually go down, all outer towers taken out by ONU.
They decide to try to keep the game even a little bit while longer, not necessarily wanting to burn the Orianna TP. Don't have the best words in place for that to work out. And instead are going to prioritize having the map set up. 1 minute in, the wave in, hoping UCI might send someone to answer it before they rotate down to play for this soul.
The soul point is not the most crucial in terms of what it gives you now. Yes, a little bit of ulti cooldown as well as some speed is going to be nice for ONU, but it also puts UCI even more on a timer as the Elder Dragon will be able to start spawning.
Mm-hmm.
And UCI really don't want that to happen. They need more time to get their composition online.
And I definitely, I think this is a game where Cloud Soul does feel really bad for UCI, right? They already don't have a lot of tools for peeling, and now they suddenly have to deal with ulti cooldown and move speed for running at their Caitlyn, so difficult game to play, for sure.
Absolutely is. Now Sahori in the calling to the face is Kai feeling oh so confident on that Lucian. Flash!
No flash.
Actually utilized by Sahori. He's in some trouble now, but who is in real trouble? Kim Down is. Heal coming out, though, from Sahori. Now the turnaround is there for UCI. Everfrost not going to connect. Frozen Tomb available for Barrack. If they want to utilize it, nice stopwatch utilized. Kuz, he could still die. Does end up falling. Dragon Soul goes over to Direland this entire time.
But I think what UCI will do here is maybe look to bait the Baron. They don't take it extremely fast, but they can set up a zone. They still have the Frozen Tomb on Barrack. Just more or less just looking to bait and fight with that tanky menace of an Alistar down for the count.
Baron already about halfway down. UCI able to find a bit of resurgence here into this game. Now it's ONU. How can they close this out? How can they get back into the strength that they felt was there just not long ago? Baron resetting here, which means UCI have to pull away. Or do they? Direland taking some serious damage. Cinnamon Bread able to put down the hurt. Shockwave connects on a Kadu.
Okay.
Now they got the damage done, and shutdown goes to Sahori.
Alistar.
Everfrost connects, but they can't follow it up. Culling goes in for Kai. He's got unstoppable, but he's low health now. Aggression gets headshotted, gets a lot of damage done. Health is getting oh so fickle for UCI. Ace in the hole comes through.
And that was a pretty good fight overall for UCI, but it was still a 5v4. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this. And as soon as the engage tools are down, they just don't have a lot that they could do. And I still think that Sahori's positioning is a little scared of a lot of these fights, you know? Just standing pretty far back, not as getting as many autos off as he could. And when Kai runs at you with these culling and your engage tools are all down, it's not the best position that you want to be in.
Definitely not. If you had your say in the way that you wanted things to go, it definitely wouldn't be this way. But it's still going to be a little bit tight here as we go further into it, because the fact that we had that comeback from UCI, and just this last fight after the Dragon Soul was taken by ONU just shows that you've got to be able to cross your T's, dot your I's in these situations. You've got to be able to finish the fight.
And it's still worth noting that UCI, they're not out, right? If they get Alistair out of the fight, it feels a lot more comfortable for their carries to walk up, look for damage against the enemy targets. And if they have space to hit, Sahori and Cinnamon Bread are going to be more threats and bigger threats with more damage available to them than Kadu and Kai.
Now that we do see the grouping happening for UCI, Baron still on the table, but nobody feeling confident enough to really start that one up. Has been the unlocker in the last few games here, is that Baron, and especially how much advantage you can find, or I guess oppression you can find when you have that buff. I want to check in with you though, Kelsey, as we're probably getting to a fight here actually. On that lethality Caitlyn build, we're starting to see the damage rack up.
I mean, it still feels like she's a full half item behind, and you can see that clearly represented in the fact that Kai has 3 completed items in his inventory, right? I, by the way, apologize for anyone who had to listen to me try to remember the name of that item is the Serrated Dark. Item names, not my strongest suit, that's why I have Michelle here. But sitting on the Serrated Dirk, next to the fact that we have the completed Gale Force, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver for Kai, you really wish that you had that third item, that you were doing a lot more crit damage going into a lot of these fights, rather than having that Serrated Dirk sitting there for you. You're instead got your BF sword and your crit cloak, and it's not as satisfying as the completed Infinity Edge.
It's definitely not. I can think of a couple of things I'd rather have. It's just funny that the Serrated Dirk got bought early and then just sitting in the inventory. That early power spike still there and still kicking along for UCI. But now we see the positioning around the Baron buff, as they do just want to make sure things are tied up here.
And I don't want to just look at Sahori and say, this guy's itemization is trash, but... because I definitely understand why he went for it, right? The landing phase was going really well. He got the early kills in the fight around red buff. They managed to get the early kill in the 2v2 with Kim down playing just complete man mode, going for that 2v2. So I understand why the Serrated Dirk came out, but unfortunately after that, things started going decidedly in favor of ONU in the bot lane department, and it just felt like a sunk cost grabbing that Serrated Dirk.
I do want to check in here, though, as the item completions are starting to come up. We're getting third items pretty much across the board. Fourth items on work right now for the AD carries, and the richer among these folks, as we're getting to the point where team fights are going to be nitty-gritty. Team fights are going to be deciding, and 50 seconds less for this Elder Dragon on the board.
Oh,
they don't have vision here. This is what I was talking about. You've got to have vision over situations like that just in case.
They do pop the blue trinket, so they know something's up, which means that this is all about trying to face check versus Alessandra Alistar.
Second time's the charm. Duo Pro tries to get in there. He needs to try to steal it away. The early smite and Duo Pro gets it. Now the fight afterwards. Can UCI get themselves back into this? They're taking the front to back. The numbers advantage is in UCI's favor. Oh no! The tragedy for ONU as they're wiped off of Summoner's Rift. The ace not coming through just yet, but UCI have done it. At 30 minutes into the game, they've completely turned it on its head.
And as soon as Caitlyn got that Infinity Edge, you could tell Sahori was thinking, especially with how aggressively he played that fight, how far forward he was looking for those auto attacks. He said, I've got my IE, we fight now. So as soon as you see them pull this dragon, the fact that Dwang Pro goes in and gets the hero steal, you see Sahori off to the side, Kadu getting the engage, trying to go for Cinnamon Bread, Sahori turning around, looking for those auto attacks. And I thought that this aggression turnaround, this ultimate, was going to be the hero moment for UNO. Unfortunately, we don't get the immediate combo out. We get the net out from Sahori, flashing really aggressively over this wall, looking for the auto trades onto Kai, feeling that damage, and nice, clean, decisive victory coming out for UCI around that Baron fight.
Meanwhile, after the Baron, they also got the Elder Dragon. So now they've got both powerful buffs onto the Rift, and It's looking more tight. Like, they have a lead for the first time in this game at 31.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to get too excited yet, Ms. L, because there is still so many things that had to go wrong for ONU in that fight for UCI to get the cleanup they did, right? They lost the engage from Kadu. It didn't get onto Sahori. There wasn't good follow-up on Aggression's Meganar, right? All of those things kind of went wrong. Alistair wasn't an issue in that fight whatsoever. So there's still a lot of tankiness and a lot of space that ONU can create and buy time in versus the UCI. So in a front to back situation. However, versus an Elder Dragon, definitely a scarier place to be in, especially since you can't really clear the wave fast enough. Exactly. You can't really deal with the push coming in on top of that Baron buff.
Now, their side waves are in a state of disrepair right now for UCI, so they'll have to back off of this. They did get the inhib tower in mid, which does open up those side lanes a little bit more. Looks like the full commit will be towards bot. Oh, nope, they turn around.
It is definitely the least useful inhib to take, so, you know, ONU can
Are they really about to opt into this? Ooh. They want to use the Elder buff. They need to utilize it while they still can.
Yep, they're looking for it.
It's a little bit desperate at this point for UCI as that Elder Dragon and the Baron buff getting closer and closer. I believe you got about a minute left on the Elder. Or actually, I think it comes up right now. Yep, and that's it. That's both buffs gone.
Got a couple seconds left on the Elder. But in general, you know, they still waited for the wave to get in position. They still have a little bit of siege left. Baron buffer, no. Caitlyn shreds through these towers on 4 items. So looking to keep up the momentum. Don't have to back just yet.
So about 25 seconds left on the buffs.
And they have supers pouring into the base now, Mazel. So someone's going to have to deal with that.
And they don't have the strength anymore. The Elder buff is gone. And now you get the big engage from Kuz, but huge shockwave back into it. Big crescent guard from Direland separates the fight, though, and this could be what ONU are looking for. The strength from Kai is coming up clutch, and Sahori is still alive. He finally dies. Kai is the only one left, but that's exactly who you want to have. 9-0 on this Lucian, the last defense for ONU.
And I was watching that entire fight thinking, wow, no one's getting onto Sahori, right? Everyone's looking for the engage onto this front line.
They're double TPing into this.
Get excited.
Oh, he didn't fall for it. But Kai, he gets knocked back. You have the damage from Cinnamon Bread. One of the towers is already gone. Kai just trying to make a miracle happen. He can't do it. They don't have the minions, though. And Barrack survives barely.
They might try to push here, but I don't think that they're going to get much from it since Dialin's about to be up. We've got 10 seconds up on Kadu, so we're going to get a replay of that slogfest here. So, all right, initially we have Kuz looking for the nice engage, but he doesn't get onto any of the carries this time, right? So, which means that both
look at all the traps that they're playing in.
I know. The trap zoning, right? You mentioned the great shockwave from earlier, as well as Sahori. I was thinking, oh, okay. But then it's really excited. It's the classic. I mean, I just got to say, personally, right, I never want to hire a player who doesn't have that killer instinct.
There you go.
I like players to be a little bit animal. I want the ones that flash forward.
I want the ones that flash. That aggression can be tamed.
But if you're just standing back and never looking for the auto, that's much more difficult to refine. That's all I'm going to say. So shout out to Sahori. He's looking for the right things. He's not always going to get the best E forward, not always going to get the best Gale Force forward, but he's thinking about it. So.
I can't believe we found ourselves in this predicament right now for UCI. The fact that it looked done and dusted. ONU had complete control of this game. Now they have fallen out of control. Baron is back on the table. Another Elder Dragon here. If UCI can double stack the buffs again, that's just doom for ONU.
And that's just the decisiveness, knowing it's our time to fight, waiting for those 3 items, and then not letting ONU get away with it, despite how unfortunately the fights have been going till then.
The Baron's already gone, though. They're not even here for the fight.
Yep, they're just going to get that one take that walk straight away, but this gives ONU the ability to set up on the Elder, which they may
Looks like they're
well
going for
just
the
do
base.
that.
Look at this call. The backs have to come through because the Bear's not up for 25 seconds. Like, they're just going to lose their base. They have to be able to get through. Okay.
There's not a lot of waves in position, so I don't
Yeah, that's what I was
necessarily
just
think that
about to
there's a big
say.
threat.
Calmed out a little bit. I thought maybe Barrick was going to stay around there. He actually decided
There are
not
also
to.
no TPs up, so it's not too scary.
But now they've lost all their positioning in front of the Elder Dragon.
If ONU want to start this, they can, but it's going to take at least 2, which, if I'm UCI, I just charge straight down mid at this point, right?
So it looks like the Elder Dragon is going to be the final fight for UCI or ONU. Elder is already down half health. They burn it so quickly. They don't even have anybody in the pit. Can they get in there? The Elder is taken. Now afterwards, there comes the executions, and here comes UCI. Can they get Kuz? Big knockup, and they've still got to take down the back line. No amount of damage is going to change this, though, as it's still Sahori back on the backside. 4v3. Elder Dragon buff available. Ace in the hole comes through. The execution from Sahori. And now UCI feel confident to move forward. Kim down, connects onto Kai. The Elder Dragon wings are flapping. And Kai, again, the only one left. You might be 11-1-8, but you've lost the fights consecutively.
And one more shout out to Kuz, because that engage was so much better. He got the wraparound. He got immediately onto both carries, bought a ridiculous amount of time, so that once Kuz eventually goes down, yeah, and definitely, like, unless Kai can pull a miracle here, this is definitely game. But unfortunately, unless Kai and Kuz can pull a miracle here, I think this should be
Last
game.
tower is going down. TP is going to put the final nail in the coffin. Here comes the last line drawn in the sand, but there's the unbreakable will. Elder flaps again and again and again, and it's traumatizing for ONU as they were so close to furthering their distance in this series, but it doesn't matter. UCI shut the door. They claim the championship of this fall warm-up.
I just want to say how impressed I am by both of these teams, right? This was such an exciting series. I think we all looked at the ONU lineup and we're saying, you know, this is a quick 3-0 shutdown. You know, they had some good games, some smart macro yesterday, but it kind of became obvious how they lose their game. Like, UCI is going to download them, but at least in 2 games today, ONU made this incredibly competitive. I thought we were going to go to game 5.
I thought so too. They were so close.
Gen GDG.
They had a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead. They were in constant control, but as soon as that third item spike came across for UCI, it just seemed like the fights never went back in the favor of ONU.
And obviously, Dwang Pro played great today. I think that he was once again probably the shout-out member of the winning team, but for me, that last game MVP was still going to be Kuz. Constantly making a headache for Sahori the entire time, getting really, really good flank angles on that Alistar. That's the kind of stuff that I am looking for always in North American sports, the creativity to find the right engage angles, to find the right fights, and definitely had that going for him. So, excellent play from both teams. Looking forward to seeing them both throughout the collegiate season, and let's bring on the championship victory for UCI.
I know. Congratulations again to UCI. We're going to be stepping away for a little break. When we come back, we will be getting to chat with Sahori from the winning squad. Welcome back, everyone, as we do have some closing statements from Sahori of the University of California, Irvine. Sahori, what a performance. I'm just loving it over here because it was an ADC duel to the death. And how did you feel? How do you feel now after claiming the championship?
I think like the first 2 games, I just like woke up like kind of tired. And then
Seemed like it.
and then I just like washed my face after, and then like my team's just here helping me, and then yeah, I think I was performing decent or pretty well in the last 3 games, or yeah, 2 games.
I know your team plays a lot around jungle. That's kind of been the story so far. But this series going in, we knew that watching ONU, if they aren't getting a lead in the bot lane, a lot of their plans seem to unravel in the mid game. So was that something that you were specifically looking to attack, or anything in general that you changed up your plans to play more for the bot lane 2v2 this time around?
I think I'm confident in my bot lane 2v2 because like my support is like too good. So I think we just like win most of the time. But if we don't win and we're just like even, we just try to play until we like scale, I guess, and then play into whatever objectives we can get.
Yeah, my biggest question for you then is, when you're looking at compositions as a whole for you guys, a lot of priority in that jungle, we already said. Cinnamon Bread was actually having a decent amount of strength in the mid lane as well as Barrack. But when we're looking at ADCs for you guys, and you're seeing the prevalence of Lucian first picking it as well multiple times throughout this series, what did that mean to you guys? And how do you think further adaptation of that can lead for?
So this dude been like picking Misfortune, so I just like pick Lucian because like Lucian's like really good into her. So plus like Lucian is like already really prio. I think he's like really strong, and it doesn't matter like what support or what they play. Like if you have like Nami or Braum, like it's like OP, and then you just like win.
And so the Caitlyn obviously was interesting in the final game. So is that something that you've been practicing as a counter to Lucian, or in scrims in particular versus Lucian, or what's the logic behind that one?
Oh, I'm just a Caitlyn main.
Great, that works too.
But also because I feel like Caitlyn's really strong there against Lucian because his range is very short. Caitlyn can just poke him in lane, just run away.
We saw the start off of the serrated Dirk as well, just to get that early confidence for you. I like it. I'm just going to throw that out there. The other thing for me is we got to talk to Duog Pro last time around yesterday in the interview series. A lot of confidence from the squad. Obviously, rightly done. And I'm very proud of you guys for being able to make good on the suggestion that you guys had. But now, after having won that, what's next for you guys? What's the next step? What are the eyes of UCI turning towards now?
So I think we just practice more and be #1 collegiate team. Maybe we go Proving Grounds. Yeah.
No.
Oh, not maybe. I'm sorry. I meant we're gonna go to Proving Grounds and
yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you there and playing against DG a little bit. So that'll be a good time. Yeah.
Had a pretty good showing for this time around for you guys, and honestly just really nicely done for UCI as a whole to make themselves known in the warm-up going into the next year, going into the next competitions especially. Sahori, give you one last moment here. Do you got anybody you want to shout out, anybody you want to talk about, or anybody you want to call out before we let you go?
I want to shout out Ethan. He's like I love that guy. He's my support. Kim down.
I like it.
I also want to shout out to a sponsor, Logitech. Like the Super Light, the G Pro Super Light is like OP. You know.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Oh yeah, Rocket. Yep, that one's good too.
Give it a shout out. Hey, we always like to see the sticks coming out
Sponsor
for you guys.
members, yeah.
Thank you so much, Sahori, for joining us for this, just to chat a little bit, and go enjoy the dub. Go enjoy all that wonderful RP you got for yourself.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
All right, Kelsey. It has been a rough and tumble couple days in Collegiate League of Legends here. Welcoming you into the casting desk, having your first foray into the collegiate casting scene. You got anything to say after these couple days? Where's your head at? How you feeling?
That was a terrible enough laugh.
I like it. Yes, we did it. We got it.
That pretty much sums it up. I've had a great time. Really enjoyed watching some excellent collegiate League of Legends. Just makes me excited about the season in general. Hope that UCI go the distance and get everything they want out of it, and we can see them in the CLOL Championship later on.
Yeah, they're going to have to make the run for it. But again, it's been a rough and tumble weekend. We're going to go ahead and end it off here. I do want to give one last shout out before we do the go, because you got to give some sponsor shout outs. We didn't get to a lot today. Got to give a special shout out to Roccat, being able to provide an entire set of peripherals to every single one of these semifinal teams. That's 4 teams full of peripherals. Got to give a special shout out to them.
Absolutely. Enjoying the Rockout sponsorship, probably the highlight of this entire thing for me, for sure. Since I'm
getting all the peripherals. Make sure that the players are set in the peripherals. Well, Kelsey, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here alongside you. Got to give a special shout out to Unified as a whole, the production team, everybody behind the scenes to be able to put this off, and Riot Games for having us as well for CLOL. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been an amazing one. Have a wonderful Halloween from Tibbers and Misfortune, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.